Well, good morning, everyone. Happy Saturday morning to you. We are back at Cadillac XBC, Waterloo, Iowa, for the second day of competition at the 2023 Peacock Classic. So glad you're joining us either live or on replay. The ladies have just taken to their competition pair. They are actually practicing right now. And in a few minutes, they will start 5 traditional game matches. Right now on our live stream pair 23-24, you can see Augustana of Illinois on the left, Valparaiso of Indiana on the right. And if you caught some of or all of the competition yesterday, you may already be familiar with the standings, but let's get you caught up for those who are just joining us. Upper Iowa is the tournament leader coming into today. They are followed by Newman, Lewis, Quincy, Valparaiso, Augustana, Elmhurst, Carroll, and Illinois Wesleyan. Many of these teams, in fact, all of these teams took a turn competing on our live stream pair. So we got a first look at everybody, and now we're into the traditional matches. My name is Andrew Pfeffer. I run this YouTube channel called Bowling with the Pfeff. So glad that you're joining us this morning. We're in Waterloo, Iowa for day 2 of competition. And we're going to start out with a position round match. So basically, if you're a league bowler, you understand that concept. It's 9 at the end, and then 8 versus 7, 6 versus 5, et cetera, going on down the line. Rocky Harrison joining us from the Milwaukee area. Good morning, Rocky. So glad you're tuning in. If you are tuning in live, there is a live chat available that you can certainly take advantage of, and let us know where you're tuned in from, who you're cheering for. The ladies certainly appreciate the support. If you had watched some of the tournament, you would know the pattern that these ladies are competing on. There it is. It's the 2023 Peacock Classic pattern, a pattern specifically for this event. Coach DePaul tells me it's a little bit shorter than last year's pattern, but similar all the same. And yesterday, although Upper Iowa took that 60-pin or so lead into day 2, I spoke with their anchor player, Aubrey Kittle, at the end of the competition yesterday. She let me know that it did certainly get a little tighter for them down lane. And as more and more players compete on these lanes, of course, the pattern breaks down and you have those types of changes. So practice is just about winding down here. So we'll get you out to the lanes in just a moment. As I said, it's 5 traditional game matches today. So where yesterday everybody was bowling in the Baker system, today it's just each player bowling their particular game. And not only do these total pins go into the total that determines who is where in the bracket for Championship Sunday, but today is about the individuals too. And these individuals are looking to get their hands on this hardware. The all-tournament team, these beautiful trophies that you might even be able to see behind me. They're kind of by that video screen over there where the members of the Upper Iowa men's team are sitting, but there's a picture in case you'd like to take a look. But yeah, last year, you know, even 200 average took all tournament MVP. That was Caitlin Cavender, formerly of Valparaiso University. And this year, who knows? We'll see how it turns out, how these ladies do, and which individuals are going to end up on top. If you are familiar, if you're here via one of these live stream links, you can do the same tomorrow. Championship Sunday will be right here on the channel. You can reach the live stream by going to bit.ly/2023 Peacock Sunday. And that link is case sensitive, so be sure to capitalize the P in Peacock and the S in Sunday, and that'll get you right back here as we determine a champion at the 2023 Peacock Classic. So again, the ladies are on their starting lane right now, wrapping up 5 minutes of practice. They practiced on a different pair to start, and then on the opposite lane. So Valparaiso was on 24, Augustana on 23, and they've just switched. So this is where we're going to start things this morning. Valparaiso, of course, our defending champion. They won it all in 2022, taking down Marion of Wisconsin in really a thrilling 7-game match, won all 7 games. And that was the first Peacock Classic. So history was made on that Sunday afternoon here at Cadillac XBC. And tomorrow we'll be crowning our second Peacock Classic champion. Yesterday, Augustana was on our live stream pair for their first Baker match and really got off to a hot start, shooting 254, which they've said on social media since then that is the highest Baker game in the history of their program. So congratulations to them for making some history here. They've slid down the standings a little bit since then, but of course, a full day to make up lots of ground, and that's what they're trying to do. '23 Peacock Classic brought to you by Cedar Valley Sports Commission, Brunswick Bowling, and Upper Iowa University Bowling. And a big thank you to Upper Iowa University for bringing me back to provide live streaming of the event for the second consecutive year. It's certainly a thrill for me and a privilege to show the world this NCAA competition and what these talented ladies are doing on the lanes.
When you are ready to begin, please hit the play button on your consoles. Good luck, good bowling, and high scores.
And with that, we're going to get underway with match 1 of the day. It's 1 of 5 traditional game matches. Right now, the 2 coaches, Sean Washington for Valparaiso and Martin Resner for Augustana, talking strategy with their team. And once they're all set, we'll get this thing going. So we're starting off with Valparaiso taking on Augustana. And as you can see in the day 1 standings, Valparaiso taking the 5th seed, 4,317 total pins, a 3-2 match play record. Augustana also 3-2 in match play with 4,166 total pins. That's Lilu Smith starting things out for Valparaiso with a strike on 23. And Sarah Stevanovic up high, leaving a 3-6. Isabella Palomaro making it a, well, 2 consecutive strikes, we'll say, for Valparaiso. You may remember her competing for the team last year, along with Smith and Noelle Duty, who we'll see in just a bit. Allie Eibel leaving a 7-pin on a light pocket hit. And Rose Klinger going to take down, or try to take down, a 6-10. definitely a little tougher to see the scores today just because of that lighter background on the overhead, but I'll try and keep you posted here as we make our way through. Jen Patz up high, leaving a 3-10 baby split. And Pats takes one of the two. Start out with 9 in the first frame. Delaney Walsh, the nice comeback after the gutter on the first ball, makes the spare, and Sarah Pace live with us, cheering on her Vikings. Noelle Duty up a little bit light, leaving a 2-pin. And Samantha Novak crossing over, carrying that strike. Novak is an academic all-conference award winner. And Coach Resner tells me she has the most frames bowled this season coming into this event. So a constant on that Augustana roster. In the starting lineup, I should say. Light hit, leaving a bucket for Maddie Lathrop of Sycamore, Illinois. Actually, just the 2-4-5. Glad to see Barbara in there cheering for Valparaiso. And the Beacons had multiple players on the all-tournament team last year. Just open frame for Maddie Lathrop, and the ladies will switch lanes. Unlike yesterday where the ladies were in Baker competition and stayed on the same lane through the course of the game, this time they'll be alternating lanes throughout the event. Lilu Smith making it a double. Stevanovic with a tough 6-7-10 split to shoot at here. And slides off into the right channel, giving her 24 after 2. Palomaro connects. And the top two ladies in the Valparaiso lineup start out with a double. 4-6-7 for Eibel. Both of these teams we're looking at carry more than 5 players on the roster, as Eibel takes 2 of the 3, gives her 26 through 2. Delaney Walsh does a beautiful shot on lane 23 for her first strike of the day. She's got 20 through 1 with a strike up in the second. Julie joining us live, cheering on Valparaiso. She says, "Let's go, Valpo, you got this." Jen Patz crushes a strike. And another split on the Valparaiso side from Noelle Duty. He's looking at a 4-6-7-10 here. She also anchored the team as they won the championship in last year's event. And takes down the 6-10. So for her, 24 through the first 2 frames. Here's Maddie Lathrop. Pushing it just past the head pin, a 1-2-4-10 washout. Maddie's a sophomore on this year's team from Sycamore, Illinois. She also competed with this team in last year's event. She takes 3 out of that 4-pin combination and took fourth place. So an all-tournament team spot for her as she looks to repeat that type of success or even build on it today. It's not the easiest to see from this vantage point, but every player on every team typically stands as their teammate takes the shot. The camera that with the shot that you're looking at is really eye level to that overhead scorer, so you just see the tops of heads and hands going up for high fives, but they're all standing. And when there's a strike and there's a spare, things get a little loud. And that's great. Allie Eibel looked like she was a little off balance there, but put the ball in the right place to knock all 10 back. She's got 26 through 2 with a strike up in the third. And Rose Klinger gets that ball to come up just enough to take down the 2-4-5. She has 17 through 2 with a spare up in the third. Jen Pats goes Brooklyn, but carries out the 9. That's a double for her after that first frame split. Delaney Walsh, a little bit light. She'll take aim at a 4-pin. Definitely a little easier for friends and family to make the trip here on a Saturday without work to deal with for most, as Noelle Duty hits a nice strike there on 23. As Barbara cheers on Isabella Palomaro from the Valpo side. And a spare for Walsh. So she's looking at 40 through 2 with a spare in the third for Delaney Walsh. And that'll bring up Samantha Novak on the Augustana side. Novak struck on this lane in the first frame and follows suit in the third. She's got 40 through 2 with a strike up in the third. While Valparaiso on 23, all 5 players hit strikes in that frame. Both Smith and Palomaro are looking at the first 3 right now. And Sarah cheering on Samantha, says way to go. Looks like she's got a nice look on 24. We'll see if she can find that sweet spot on 23 as well. There's a strike for Maddie Lathrop to finish off the Augustana third frame. Julie cheering on those Valparaiso Beacons. Again, all 5 players struck in the third frame as they head back to lane 24 to try and repeat that performance. Lilu Smith up high leaves a 6-10 after Sarah Stevanovic hit a strike on 23 for a double. She's got 24 through 2 with that double up in the third and the fourth. And Rose Klinger puts 10 back as well. She's got 37 through 3 with a strike in the fourth. And Smith makes quick work of that 6-10. 78 through 3 with that spare conversion. And the top 2 players in the Valparaiso lineup off to a great start so far. Oh, Delaney Walsh with a great shot. Can't take down the 7. And Palomaro comes up a little bit light. Leaves a 2-4. Palomaro, a junior this year from New York, one of 3 Beacons that we saw last year in the inaugural event. And the Fields New York native takes care of that spare. So a matching 78 through 3 with a spare up in the 4th for both Smith and Palomaro. Novak up a little bit high, leaves a 3-6-10. Takes 2 out of that combination, so she'll have 68 through 4. And Allie Eibel with a nice washout spare conversion. She's got 46 through 3 with a spare up in the 4th. Maddie Lathrop working on a strike in the Augustana 4th. Topples down the 4, 5, and 7 to make that a double. Meanwhile, Jen Patz on 24 working on a double of her own. That one gets out a little bit far to the right. And she'll shoot at a 1-2-4-10. It's a pretty tough penalty when you get it out a little too far to the right. But this is not a typical house condition, so these ladies have to figure out which part of the lane to play to get the most margin for error, and Pats takes down that spare as well. So 2 consecutive Valparaiso players taking down washout type spares. Now Noelle Duty trying to turn her 3rd frame strike into a double. Half pocket hit, gets the messenger over to knock down the 10, and it's another strike for the Tinley Park, Illinois native. Julie likes that. She's cheering hard for her ladies. Lilu Smith follows it up with a strike, gets back on track after that spare in the 4th, 98 through 4 with a strike in the 5th for her. Sarah Stevanovic up high. Leaves the 3-10 baby split. Palomaro with half pocket hit, leaving a 7-pin. Stevanovic takes care of that split. So 72-4 with a spare up in the 5th for the Coal Valley, Illinois native. And Palomaro a little too far to the right for that 7-pin. She's got 106-5. Another 3-10 leave on the Augustana side, this time from Rose Klinger. Klinger was an all-tournament team member at the Lewis Flyer Classic last year, as Coach Resner talks things over with her before she takes aim at this split. Always important to get count on these, and coming off a strike, 1 pin essentially turns into 2 as Coach hands her a spare ball. Ooh, just slides by the 3-pin but gets the 7 out. Brooklyn hit for Jen Patz, and she'll have a 10-pin up. Lisa cheering on Valparaiso, says, "Let's go Valpo, keep it going." As Delaney Walsh up a little bit light, leaves a 2-4-5 on the right lane. Just slides off into the right channel, so she'll end up with 83 through the first 5. As Noelle Duty steps up onto 23, hoping to make it 3 in a row here in the first game of the first traditional match of the day. Good looking shot, shakes out the 7. 3 straight strikes for Duty. She's got 24 through 2 with strikes in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Samantha Novak leaving a 10-pin. Novak coming into this event second on the team in fill percentage, and also Augustana's most improved player in the 21-22 season. And takes down that 10-pin. Maddie Lathrop. Again, that ball struggling to get up to the head pin, leaving a 1-2-10. As far as the total score of the two teams is concerned right now, Valparaiso is up about 43 pins. As we are just about halfway through this first traditional game match. Oh, great shot, but just sends the one around the 10. And that'll leave her with 73 through 5. Sarah congratulating Sam on that 10-pin conversion. She's got 68 through 4 with a spare up in the Augustana 5th frame. Here's Sarah Stevanovic crossing over, leaving a 5-8. And Smith countering with a strike. And that'll be a double for her in the 5th and 6th. She's got 98 through 4. Again, Smith, the lefty, is one of 3 who we saw at this event last year. Smith is a sophomore this year, but had a great freshman year last year where she was named to the NCAA All-Rookie Second Team and also a member of the Southland Bowling League All-Rookie Team. Palomaro gets the count on that split, leaving her with 115 through 6. And Rose Klinger takes down the 5-pin, 65 through 5 for her with a spare up in the 6th. Lisa says, way to go, Lilu. And that rookie campaign highlighted by a terrific performance here in Waterloo, helping that Valparaiso team win our inaugural championship. Delaney Walsh up high. Leaves a 3-6. Similar hit for Allie Eibel, as she'll shoot at a 3-6-10. Walsh is a one-time varsity letter winner on the Augustana side, and just put it past that 3-pin, so she'll have 93 through 6. But Eibel makes it a spare on the right side. Here's Samantha Novak crossing over and carrying all but the 5-pin. Jen Pats trying to rebound off that open and does so with a strike on the right lane. She's got 83 through 5 with a strike up in the 6th. And a spare for Novak. She's got 87 through 5 with a spare in the 6th. Pretty tight contest right now. Valparaiso up just 2 pins. I'm sorry, Augustana up just 2 pins. Noelle Duty crosses over, leaves the 5 pin. Of course, it's never that tight when a string of strikes ends. Easy for me to say. As Lathrop follows with a strike in the Augustana 6th. And a spare for Duty, giving her 103 through 5 with that spare up in the 6th. As we get past the first match and into the second, the tournament staff will tabulate the scores, get us an update. We'll have that for you just as soon as it becomes available. But both last year and this year, they've been doing a fantastic job of getting those scores quickly and accurately. And that makes life a lot easier for me to get them to you as Lilu Smith hits her 3rd strike in a row. Stevanovic follows in the Augustana 7th with a strike of her own. She's got 110 through 6 with that strike up in the 7th. And another strike on the Augustana side for Rose Klinger. Palomaro follows with a strike of her own. Barbara cheering on Isabella Palomaro as her teammate Allie Eibel leaves a 10 pin on a light hit. And a nice pickup there for Delaney Walsh of Davenport, Iowa. Eibel goes cross lane, just wiggles that 10 pin out of there. Spare's a spare, though. You can hit it flush, you can hit it thin. Just get it out of there. Samantha Novak going light, leaving a 2-4-5. And Pats crossing over and leaving a 3-9. As you watch the ladies bowl, you can tell that Pats is among the players on this pair and really throughout the tournament with close to the highest rev rate here. We do have multiple two-handers in the field, but as far as those who use their thumb, she can really get on that bowling ball. Pats is a player who did not bowl for her high school, but has 7 years of league bowling experience and took first place both scratch and handicap at the 2021 Southwest Florida USBC Championship Tournament. There's a double for Maddie Lathrop, 73 through 5 for her with that double up in the 6th and 7th. And a little bit light for Noelle Duty. She'll take aim at a 2-10 split. Julie cheering on those Valparaiso Beacons. 474 total pins through 7 frames for Valparaiso, but a few of the players have strikes, so that score doesn't tell the whole story. And Duty gets that 2-pin out of there. So we're through 7 frames now in this opening match of Saturday's competition here at the 2023 Peacock Classic. A big thank you to those of you who are watching live and on replay. If you have the chance, I'd certainly appreciate it if you click on the logo in the lower right-hand corner of your screen and subscribe to the channel. Doesn't cost you anything. You can turn on notifications and be among the first to know when we post new videos or go live. And if the notifications aren't your thing, that's fine too. Typically, Bowling with the Pfeff does a weekly show with bowlers of all skill levels, all the way from touring players and Hall of Famers, all the way to local league players. And we talk about their bowling stories in long-form interviews. I like to think I do that a little bit differently than most, but we'll let you be the judge of that. And Coach DePaul here from Upper Iowa University, one of my previous guests on the show. And certainly a pleasure to be invited back to do this live stream here at Cadillac XBC. Palomaro collapses the left side. That's a double for her. She's got 115 through 6 with a double in the 7th and 8th. Smith leading the charge so far for the Beacons, 175 through 7 with that spare up in the 8th that you saw a moment ago. A light hit for Allie Eibel comes up light and leaves the 2-4-5-7. And Delaney Walsh hooks it past the head pin. She's got 118 through 8 frames so far. And a nice cover from Eibel, who has 121 through 7 with that spare up in the 8th. Novak snaps out that 10 to come back from the 7th frame open. She's got 113 through 7 with that strike up in the 8th. And Jen Patz follows with a strike. Lauren cheering on Palomaro, who's working on a double now. As the teams finish up the 8th frame with their anchor players. Maddie Lathrop for Augustana on your left. And she leaves a 10-pin there on a half-pocket hit. Sarah loves that strike from Samantha Novak in the 8th frame. For duty, it'll be a 4-pin. And pushes it to the left of that 4-pin. She's got 139 through 8. And an open frame on the Augustana side as well. 130 through 8 frames for Lathrop. Valpo holding on to a lead of just shy of 100 pins right now, 673 to 576. Again, some marks are in the equation, so we'll see how that shakes out toward the end of this first match. Lilu Smith working on that spare in the 8th. Leaves a 6-pin. And Sarah Stevanovic hits a strike. That's her 3rd in a row. So 110 through 6 for her with strikes in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. As she tries to make something out of this first game. Rose Klinger up high, leaving the 6-10. And Palomaro, a little bit light in the pocket, but takes out the 10. So she'll be left with a 2-8. As Klinger pushes her spare ball off into the right channel. 131 through 9 for the Elmhurst, Illinois native. And gets the 2, but not the 8. So she'll have 171 through 9. Almost a 7-10 for Delaney Walsh. Kicks out the 10 at the last second. And she'll take aim at a 7-pin. There's a flush strike for Allie Eibel, who still has a shot at 201 up there, 141 through 8 with that strike up in the 9th. And a spare for Walsh. Jen Pats up high, leaves just the 10-pin. And those of you who are following maybe an individual player or a particular team, be it Valparaiso or Augustana, both teams have live streams going on their respective social channels. So after we finish this first game, if you'd like to follow either of them to their next pair, if you search for the name of your school of choice, you should be able to follow them and see how they do in match 2. Maddie Lathrop up high, leaves a 4-7. Our next match, according to the event schedule, will feature the top-seeded Upper Iowa Peacocks, at least coming into this first match, and Lewis University. And a spare for Lathrop, 130 through 8 with that spare up in the 9th. And a spare for Judy as well, 139 through 8 with a spare up in the 9th for her. So a pretty big lead for Valparaiso as we head into the 10th frame. They're up 788 to 602. And a few different things at play here as we head toward the end of the first of 5 team traditional game matches. Of course, total pins factoring in as these teams try to improve their position for Sunday's bracket. You've got the match play record and individual performances, which is what we'll use to determine who is on the all-tournament team by the end of today, as well as our all-tournament MVP. Julie imploring those Valparaiso Beacons to finish strong. As Stevanovic just gets enough of that 7-pin to count it as a spare. Smith covers the spare. The decent count on the fill ball, she'll be up in the 230s. And really head and shoulders above the other competitors on this pair. An 8 count on the fill ball, 231 for Lilu Smith. Sarah Stevanovic counters with a 209 on the Augustana side. As Rose Klinger starts out her 10th frame with a 10 pin. There's a nice strike to open the 10th for Isabella Palomaro. If she can hit 2 more, she'll end up with 201. There's a strike for Klinger on the fill, giving her 151. Off to our right, the top 2 seeds doing battle. Newman and Upper Iowa. Newman's leadoff player finished with 226. So she'll certainly be in the mix for the top individual performers after this first game. Palomaro with a 7 count and a 1-2-10. Yesterday, the Newman team had been leading off with Briley Prokish, but didn't turn around in time to see who that player was today. So a 190 for Isabella Palomaro as Valparaiso tries to hang on to that lead, increase their total. Leading Augustana by 103 pins right now, 844 to 741. And Walsh picks up that 10 pin to finish with 158. Eibel takes down the 7 pin on a high pocket hit. That's a double for her. She's still got 201 up there if she can hit 2 more in her 10th frame. And a strike for Samantha Novak. Julie cheering on Isabella in that 190 game. And imploring Allie Eibel to finish strong here. She leaves a 7 pin and cover that up for a matching 190. Up high for Novak, a 4-7 leave. So she'll have 171 through 9 and can cover this up for a 191 as Eibel finishes a 190 on the Valpo side. And Novak covers up that spare for 191. Julie cheering on Jen Patz, who is up in the Valparaiso 10th frame. Her ball jumps up and Leaves a 4-6-7. It's great to get started strong in this day of traditional game matches, but the ladies still have 4 more to go, so plenty of time to make a move. Sarah congratulating Novak on a great game, her 191 to start things off. Pats gets 1 out of that split to end up with 168. As the last 2 competitors step up in the 10th. The match is going to go to Valparaiso as they're working on a lead of better than 70 pins. As Maddie Lathrop starts out her 10th frame with a strike. Noelle Duty slides it past the head pin and leaves a 2. And another strike for Lathrop, who's got a possible 180 if she can hit one more. And Duty takes down the 4. She can finish with 178 with a strike on her fill ball. To our right, Newman is about to break the 1,000 threshold for their team. Three of their 4 competitors will be up above 200. Lathrop hits that final strike, so the last 3 gives her 180 and an 889 total for the Augustana Vikings. Noelle finishes with an 8 count as Julie cheers Valparaiso on. And they've got the win in this first match, 955 to 889. So just a quick round of the competitors telling each other good bowling as they get ready to move on to their next pair. So it's Valparaiso improving their match play record in this event. Augustana hoping to rebound in the next game. Valparaiso will improve to 4-2 in match play here. Augustana drops to 3-3. And Barbara congratulating Valparaiso on a great game. A 955 total, and Isabella contributing a 190 to that effort. Samantha Novak getting some compliments from Barbara. She ended up with 191 that game, and Lauren congratulating Valparaiso on that great 955 game. So we will wait for the other competitors to finish up. Looks like on that Newman and Upper Iowa pair, Newman with a 1054 to Upper Iowa's 929. As a couple of other players need to finish up before these ladies will move pairs. So we'll take a quick break, and we will be back to start up match 2 featuring Upper Iowa and Lewis in just a moment. So as you can see, the competitors taking 3 minutes to move pairs as we get set to watch Upper Iowa University, the host school and tournament leader after day 1 of competition, take on Lewis University. Lewis finished day 1 in 3rd place. About 260 pins off the lead. As soon as the tournament officials put out an update on the score, we will get that to you along with updated standings. As we continue here live at Cadillac XBC in Waterloo, Iowa, the site of the 2023 NCAA Peacock Classic. This center is a 36-lane facility. Our competitors are across about a little more than half the house. If you're a follower of the PWBA National Tour and news and events concerning those competitions, you may recall that Cadillac XBC was recently chosen to be the site of the final 3 events on the 2023 PWBA Tour.
Teams, at this time, you may begin round 7 of your competition. Good luck, good bowling, and high scores.
That's common knowledge around my area in western Wisconsin, as the Waterloo site will actually be the closest tour stop to us, proximity-wise.
I think they've got all the trees ahead of it, and they don't really care about cold.
For this, please bowl on your assigned lane. Thank you.
It's on 3.
Fires on 3. 1, 2, 3, fires!
I'm sure you've seen Pitch Perfect, right? When they can't get the whole thing, are we doing it on 3 or at 3?
Is this any of your girls? Since I'm gonna put it right there. I know, but I have to. No, I know. And that'll help.
So Upper Iowa will get things started off with
Okay, girls,
Dana Murata up high, leaving a 2.47. She led off most of the games that I could see yesterday. Allie Daig for Lewis in the pocket, leaving a 10 pin. And an open frame to start things off for Murata. Samantha Percha up high, leaving a 3-6. As Allison Young follows with a strike for Lewis. Percha chops the 3 off the 6, and it's 2 open frames to start out things for the Peacocks. Amber Wagner starts out things with a high hit, leaving a 4-pin on the left. And an open frame for Savannah Jordan of Lewis. Wagner just trickles out that 4 to give Upper Iowa their first mark of the game. There's a ringing 10 for Erica Lohr. And a 7 count for Emma Hawley. Up high in a 4-10 split for Michaela Morgan, who is now in the anchor spot for Upper Iowa. And Delani Fishbeck slides it past the 7. Spare for Morgan. Both of those players had been in the 4th and 9th frame spots yesterday during the Baker competition.
Beat the tough word.
We've got some standings now starting to trickle in. So we can start getting you up to speed on some of the leaders. So here's a look at some of the leaders individually speaking. Kensley Morris from Newman leading the field right now with a 2:36 in that opening match. She's followed by Lilu Smith, who we saw finish off 231. So just 5 pins out of the lead for her. In third place, Michaela Morgan, who's here on our live stream pair right now. She opened up with 227, followed by Briley Prokish from Newman with 226. Dana Murata from Upper Iowa with a 217. Savannah Jordan from Lewis, who's here on the live stream pair, with a 215, followed by Sarah Stevanovic, who we saw last match, with a 209. Addison Scheffelbein and Erica Lohr rounding out the top 9 spots. Again, the top 5 will be recognized in the all-tournament team at the end of the event. And here's hoping that this printout is readable. These are our updated team standings here. So with that 10:54 last game, Newman takes over as the tournament leader. 4,714 total pins, and again that 10:54 to lead all teams in the first match today. Upper Iowa with 9:30 that last game follows. So my mistake, the total for Newman is 5,768, and I'm hoping that's apparent in this graphic. Upper Iowa 64 pins behind at 5,704. They're followed by Lewis, who has a perfect 5-0 match play record, but is 368 behind the leaders. Valparaiso in the 4th position, Quincy in 5th, Augustana in 6th, followed by Elmhurst, Carroll, and Illinois Wesleyan. Erica Lohr pushes it past that 10 pin. She's got 28 through 2. Amber Wagner up light, leaves a 7 pin. Deolani Fishbeck pushing it past the head pin. There's a 1-2-4-7 as Wagner, the freshman, covers her spare. Fishbeck gets that 4 to fall and covers the spare. She's got 9 in the first with a spare up in the second. And it's a 10 pin for Emma Hawley. Hawley, also a freshman from Goodrich, Michigan. Takes down the spare. So you can see Coach DePaul having a quick conversation with her in the lower right. Upper Iowa, really a historic day yesterday as far as their young program is concerned. Really their best day of competition in their school's history. And the first time their team has led in this, their home event, or really any event that they've taken part in so far. Here's Michaela Morgan, one of a couple of two-handers that we've seen competing in our live stream pair here this weekend. Ball jumps up high, but kicks out the 9 and 10, just leaving the 6. Here's where a few more of the individual competitors stack up after that first game. Allison Seswick of Newman with a 195 that first game, puts her in 10th overall. She's followed by Lori Decker of Elmhurst, Samantha Novak of Augustana, Isabella Palomaro of Valparaiso, Morgan Cooper of Newman, and Allie Eibel of Valpo, who finishes that first game in 13th place as Morgan covers the spare. 'Light hit for Dana Murata, leaving a 3.56. Murata in well within striking range of the top 5 after one. That ball hooks on her, and she just takes down the 6. So 34 through 4 there.
Oh, really?
Or through 3, rather. 34 in the third. Spare for Allie Daig on the Lewis side, 27 through the first 2 frames with a spare up in the third. light hit for Samantha Percha, and she leaves the 2-4-5-8. And a high hit for Allison Young, leaving her with the 4, 6, 7, 9, 10 after a double to open up this game. Percha almost took down that 4-pin combination, but just gets the 3 out, as does Young. So 51 through 3 frames for Allison Young of Lewis, and 34 through 3 for Samantha Percha. Here's Amber Wagner, a half pocket 10-pin. She's got a couple spares working to start off this second match. We'll see if she can make it 3 in a row. And a strike for Savannah Jordan on the right for Lewis. 29 through 2 frames for Jordan, and a strike up in the third. Erica Lohr up high, leaves a 6-10. Last season, Lohr averaged 18.45 pins per frame with a 79% fill percentage, and struck nearly 40% of the time, 39.8% to be exact. And the junior from Sun Prairie takes down the 6-10. She's got 28 through the first 2 with that spare up in the third. Ooh, and a nice spare for Emma Hawley from Upper Iowa. 22 through her first 2 frames with a spare in the third frame. Delani Fishbeck with a half pocket 10. And Michaela Morgan with much of the same. Fishbeck covers the 10, 28 through the first 2 with a spare up in the third, and a slight lead for Lewis in the early going, 203 to 184. And Morgan takes down the 10. 28 through the first two, and the spare up in the third for Morgan. High hit for Ellie Daig results in a 6-10 lead. And an 8 count for Dana Murata. Murata started out with a 217, enters match 2 in 5th place overall for individuals as Daig takes care of the spare. And the spare for her. So 34 through the first 3 for Murata with a spare in the 4th. 45 through 3 with a spare in the 4th for Daig. Allison Young gets a flush strike on the left. And she's got 51 through her first 3 with that strike up in the 4th. Savannah Jordan with the 2nd consecutive strike for the Lewis team.
You'll get it, guys. You'll get it.
And that's a double for her as well.
Whatever gets in the slow.
Samantha Percha takes care of the 4-7, 34 through the first 3, and a spare up in the 4th for her. There's a strike for Erica Lohr to give her 48 through 3, and then that strike in the 4th. A response from Amber Wagner. So Deilani Fishback finishes the Lewis 4th with a 4th consecutive strike for that team as Emma Hawley responds with a strike of her own for Upper Iowa. Lewis leading right now by about 56 pins. Leading the match anyway. They have not lost a match so far this weekend, but trail the top 2 seeds by better than 300 pins. So definitely some work to do over the rest of today and tomorrow to make a run at a championship. Michaela Morgan up through the beak, leaving a 4.67. Morgan is a sophomore from Conroe, Texas, and is in her second year competing for Upper Iowa. She'll take 2 out of the 3. So 54 for Morgan through 4 frames. And Upper Iowa trails in this match by 40 as we start off the 5th frame. Daig up high, leaves a 4.7. She'll try and cover her 4th consecutive spare. As Murata takes care of the 10 pin. Daig slides by the 4 pin, so she'll have 72 through 5. Murata for Upper Iowa with 53 through 4 and a spare up in the 5th. Samantha Percha, a light hit and a 4.8 lead. Here's Allison Young on lane 24, the right side. Saws out the middle of the rack for a double. And Lewis certainly rolling right now on the strength of a chunk of this starting lineup. Savannah Jordan following with another strike. Six of the last 7 shots from Lewis have resulted in strikes as Percha takes care of the spare. But Lewis really opening things up in this match. Ahead by 70 right now, with several strikes still yet to be tallied. Erica Lohr takes down the 7-10 on a light hit there. That's a double for her. 48 through 3 with that double in the 4th and 5th. Deolani Fishbeck with a 10-pin. Keep in mind, if you're watching live here, we do have a live chat available. You can use that to let us know where you're tuning in from. Give a shout out to your favorite team or player. And if you're watching on replay, you can leave a comment and let us know how we did. Fishbeck hooks it by the 10-pin. She'll have 76 through 5. As Emma Hawley packs the pocket for a second consecutive strike. She's got 42 in the third with a double up. These are definitely two teams that will let you know when they hit a strike, or a spare for that matter. Kayla Morgan, that looked left off her hand, but held in the 1-2 pocket and carried him out. So she's got 54 through 4 with that strike up in the 5th. And it's a 60-pin lead for Lewis as we start the 6th frame. Allie Daig crosses over, leaves a 5-pin. And Dana Murata also crosses over, or up high rather, leaves a 6-10. It really seems like the maximum penalty for these players gets paid when they push it right. And that ball just does not climb the hill into the pocket. We've seen some 2-10s, 2-8-10s on this pair. 1-2 4-10s. And a spare for Murata. I'm sure the shot certainly doesn't look like this anymore, but that's what they started out with. So, but we've seen it get tighter over time, and it's not always easy out there. Allison Young hits a strike in the Lewis 6th. That's her 3rd in a row. A high hit for Percha, leaving a 6-7. And a 2-4-5-8 for Savannah Jordan after 3 strikes from her. Jordan is a sophomore from Oswego, Illinois. Converted 78.2% of her makeable spares last season, along with 89.1% of single pin spares. But this one she pushes a little too far right and takes 2 out of the 4. So she's got 111 through 6. As Amber Wagner leaves the 10 pin. Erica Lohr packs the pocket for her 3rd consecutive strike to extend the Lewis lead to 108. So a couple of open frames for the Upper Iowa University Peacocks. And they'll be looking to bounce back in the latter half of the 6th frame. Deolani Fishbeck kicks out the 4. And completes a 6th frame for Lewis, where 3 out of the 5 have ended up with strikes. Up high for Emma Hawley, but gets that 9 pin to fall, and that's her 3rd strike in a row. Here's Michaela Morgan. A light hit and a 2-4-5. She grabs a plastic spare ball and gets ready to try and pick that up. Gets all 3 to go. So it's a 68 pin lead for Lewis as we head into the 7th frame in our 2nd match here on Saturday at the 2023 Peacock Classic. Don't forget, we'll be streaming live all 3 days. You can check out Sunday's coverage tomorrow as it happens, bit.ly/2023 Peacock Sunday, as Dana Murata gets 9, leaves an 8-pin, and a 5 for Allison Young. You can catch the replay of Friday's coverage at bit.ly/2023 Peacock Friday. Remember, those links are case sensitive, so be sure to capitalize the P in Peacock and the F in Friday, or the S in the other days of the week. There's another spare for Dana Murata. She's got a bunch of them in this game, 90-6 with a spare in the 7th. And she'll have some work to do to keep up with the top individual performers in this field, as she entered this game in 5th place after that first game. Samantha Percha hits the strike. He's got 79-6 with that strike up in the 7th. Allison Young, light, and leaves a 2-4-5. She's got 108-5. The strike in the 6th. And that 7 count in the first ball of her 7th frame. And Young gets 1 out of the 3, so she'll have 134-7. And there's a strike for Amber Wagner on the Upper Iowa side. Seven count for Savannah Jordan. That lead for Lewis still holding at 78 pins, 547 to 469. Up high for Emma Hawley, leaving a 6-10. She had been working on 3 in a row. And a spare for Jordan. This is match 2 of our 5-team traditional game matches here at Cadillac XBC at the 2023 Peacock Classic. We'll have 3 more after this, and that will determine our all-tournament team and our all-tournament MVP, as well as the total pinfall amounts for Sunday's bracket. And that's when we will determine our second champion at the Peacock Classic. The first event was this past year. Erica Lohr hits her 4th consecutive strike in the Lewis 7th frame, and Emma Hawley counters with a spare. up high for Delani Fishbeck. She leaves a 6'10". And a 6 count for Michaela Morgan after she pushes it past the head pin. And Fishbeck chops the 6 off the 10. We'll have 104 through 7th to finish off the 7th frame for Lewis. Spare for Morgan. Lewis leading the match stands at 85 pins, 598 to 513. Our tournament leader right now is Newman University of Wichita, Kansas. They're off on lanes 31 and 32, so it's a little difficult for me to see where they're at right now as far as the score. But we will have an update after this second match. Let you know where things stand, both for the teams and for the individual competitors today. High hit for Murata, leaving a 4-7. Allie Daig with a spare in the 8th. She's got 110 through 7 with that spare up. And Murata gets one of the two. Allison Young up high leaves a big 4, 4, 6, 7, 10. Percha trips out that 7 pin. Encouraging her team to get something going here. That's a double for her. Young takes 2 out of the split. And here's Amber Wagner for Upper Iowa. Up high. Can't take down the 4. She'll have a look at that. And Savannah Jordan connects on the left lane, 131 through 7 for her with a strike up in the 8th. spare for Wagner. She's got 104 through 7 with that spare up. Erica Lohr up high, leaves a 3-6. She came into the game in 9th for individuals, starting out with a 204 today. And a 10 pin for Emma Hawley. Lohr just gets the 6 off of that leave and stands at 164 through 8 frames. He's got 2 opens this game, but still has 224 up there if she can hit the last 4 strikes. Just to the left of that 10 pin for Hawley. She'll have 148 through 8. Fish back with a nice shot. The 9 stands for a while, then falls. So it's 104 through 7 for her with that strike up in the 8th. Morgan counters with a strike of her own. She's got 110 through 7 with that strike up. Lewis leading the match 681 to 608 with 2 frames to go. We're in match 2 of these 5 traditional team games here at the 2023 Peacock Classic. You're watching the 2 seed Upper Iowa taking on the 3 seed Lewis, as Dana Murata leaves a ringing 7. Murata started out with a 217. But has certainly struggled finding the pocket or a spot that carries on this live stream pair of 23 and 24. And she takes down the 7. She'll need a double in the 10th to get her into the 160s. And there's a nice cover for Allie Daig, taking down that washout. She's got 127 through 8 with that spare up in the 9th.
Parents are the worst coaches. Parents are good for strikes. Yeah. She's been very consistent, though. I'm looking at her scores. She does a really good job of picking her up for spare.
Allison Young connects on the right lane, 142 through 8 for her with a spare up in the 9th.
I used to be one where I'd see her bowling really good, like, oh, I missed that one strike. All of a sudden I miss it again. I'm like,
As Samantha Percha grabs a plastic ball to shoot at this 6-pin.
you don't want to jinx her.
And she's got it. 128 through 8 for her with a spare up in the 9th. As Savannah Jordan counters with a strike on the Lewis side. She's got a double heading into the 10th.
Right, yeah.
Amber Wagner hits a strike in the 9th frame for Upper Iowa. And Erica Lor sends the 6 around the 10.
Oh my God. You know what I just said? The phone picked up and sent a text.
Emma Hawley snaps out the 10. She's got 148 through 8 with a strike in the 9th and a shot at putting up a 200 game if she doubles in the Upper Iowa 10th. Lore counters with a spare. She's on a 204 pace.
I would think so. Especially that far away with everything else that's going on. I don't think I would need that much. Can you hear me now?
Here's Michaela Morgan, the two-handed anchor from Upper Iowa on the left. And connects in the 9th. A double for her. She's got 110 through 7 with those 2 strikes in the 8th and 9th. And cuts the Lewis lead down to 41. Fishback answers with a double of her own. As we move into the 10th frame, 758 to 697. Lewis leads this second match of our 5 traditional game matches. And a 2.457 for Allie Daig. As Dana Murata hits a strike, her first of the game to lead off the Upper Iowa 10th. 4 of the players on our live stream pair right now finished that first game in the top 10, including Murata, who is trying to salvage a 157 from this game. And Allie Daig pushes it right. Or no, I'm sorry. That is that's a different player. That's Michelle Baza for Lewis. First time we've seen Bezo. First time we've seen the freshman from Cicero here today on 23 and 24. So Murata finishes with a 157. It's 159 on the Lewis side as Allison Young leaves a 610. And a spare for Young. She can still come out of this with 182 if she strikes on the fill ball. And Percha gets one of the 2, so she'll end up with 155. Young pulls her ball off the rack, and we'll have a different player for Lewis on this fill ball in the 10th. And that's Kelsey Olson with a 6 count to finish that game at 178. Meanwhile, Amber Wagner leaving a 1.369. She covers that up. She'll end up with 170. Savannah Jordan with a 9 count, leaving a 6 pin. Misses all 4, so she'll end up with 166. Jordan misses the 6 and ends up with 188. So it's a 57-pin lead for Lewis going into the end of the 10th frame here. Up high, and leaves just the 3-pin, does Emma Hawley. Erica Lohr goes up high and leaves a 4-pin. Spare and a strike. She can still finish with 203. And that's a spare for Hawley. She can finish with 188 with a strike on her fill ball. And Lohr covers her spare. The majority of these teams are live streaming to their own social pages, and Upper Iowa and Lewis are among those. So if you're following a particular player from Upper Iowa or Lewis, or following those teams, and you find their pages on social media, that's where you can see live video of them on their next pair, as Hawley finishes with 188. Lohr goes up high, leaves a 6-pin. She finishes with 202. So she'll be +6 after 2. Started out with 204 in the first game, followed it up with that 202.
I have not really looked at Tony's. Oh, no.
The other teams in the field have finished their second game, so all eyes on this match between Lewis and Upper Iowa, as Deilani Fishbeck hits pocket but leaves a 10-pin.
So it's pretty much. Yeah, these games.
You expect them to throw at least 900,000. So that's got to be our part.
Kayla Morgan goes up high, leaves a 6.
I guess we're going
It'll make sense since we came from over there.
And Fishbeck takes down the 10. So with that 57-pin lead going into her fill ball, that'll be enough for Lewis to win this match. And they will maintain a perfect 6-0 match play record. Here's Catherine Svela for Lewis taking on the fill ball duties at the end of the 10th frame. That crosses over, leaves her with a 5-8, but that's enough for them to take this match. Again, 6-0 in match play, but a ways behind the top 2 seeds in this event. Morgan pushes it right. That's a 7 count on the fill ball. So an 898 total for Lewis, and I want to say about 850 or so, 842 for Upper Iowa. So the ladies will proceed to their next pair, and we will be right back with match 3 here on Saturday at the 2023 Peacock Classic at Cadillac XBC in Waterloo, Iowa. So as we move on to round 8, or match 3 if you want to call it, that's what I want to call it, of our competition here at the 2023 Peacock Classic. We'll be featuring Newman and Quincy on our live stream pair. Briley Prokish starts out for Newman. A little bit light, leaves a 210. As Jessica Ladd leaves a 3-5. Newman, the top seed, going into the second match today. And a big split conversion for Prokish to start out this game. And a spare to match for Ladd. Once the scores get updated, both on the team and individual fronts, we'll bring those to you. There's a strike for Carrie-Ann Takuchi. All right, scores have been updated, so we'll get you going with those in just a moment here. We'll start out with some of the individual standings. Here's how the, whoop, that's the wrong graphic. This is 11 through 20, but you can see that a few of these ladies are on our live stream pair right now, including Addison Schiffelbein from Newman with 386 through 2. You've got Carolina Alvarado. And 19th with 350, Jessica Ladd, 349, just behind her. And here are your top 10. Lori Decker from Elmhurst leads the field by a pin with 470 through 2. Kensley Morris, the anchor player for Newman, who you just saw hit a strike on 23, is just a pin behind at 469 or plus 69 after 2. Then Lilu Smith at plus 41. Morgan Cooper from Newman at plus 27. Erica Lohr at plus 6. Riley Prokish, who you're about to see on 24 at plus 4. Followed by Michaela Morgan, Savannah Jordan, Samantha Novak from Augustana, and Allison Seswick from Newman. Try and bring up some team standings here. You know, the computers never want to work when you need them, right? We'll get there, though. So here's how it looks after the second traditional match. Newman with 10-25 in that last game extends their lead. 6,793 pins as they've opened up a lead of nearly 250 pins on our 2 seed, Upper Iowa, with 6,546. Lewis, who is 6-0 in match play, is maintaining third place at 6,298, with Valparaiso in fourth at 6,175. Following the Beacons is Quincy, Augustana, Elmhurst, Carroll, and Illinois Wesleyan to round out our 9-team field. There's a strike on 23 for Tegan McAuliffe, as she's got 20 in the first with a strike in the second. There's a strike for Morgan Cooper. And good to see Newman Athletics tuning in. Go Jets. And they certainly are going so far. They're our tournament leader right now with 3 games to go in these traditional game matches. Billy Murphy is the GOAT. His back has turned to me. He's talking with his team right now, but he just happened to walk by me so I can he gave a thumbs up. So All right, after a short break, I think a bowling ball may have been stuck, but here's Kensley Morris shooting at a 310 and picking it up. She's got 18 in the first with a spare up in the second, and we move on to the third frame. So Prokish rips out the left side of the rack and hits a double. She's got 20 in the first and that double up. Jessica Ladd pushes it past the head pin, and she'll have to deal with a 1-3-7-9. Here's Addison Schiffelbein on the left lane here, coming off a pair of opens. And leaves a half pocket 10 pin. Schiffelbein is among the individual leaders in 11th coming into this game. At -14. As Alyssa Vasquez hooks it past the 10 pin. And Schiffelbein pushes hers to the right of it. So 25 through 3 frames for Schiffelbein. She'll need to pick things up, gain a little momentum to keep pace with the individual leaders. As Tegan McAuliffe on the right leaves a 4-5-7 on a light pocket hit. Morgan Cooper carries a strike in the third, her third in a row. And she is another player we're watching as she tries to keep pace with the leaders and doing a nice job of it with 3 in a row to start this third game of competition today. Kensley Morris follows with another strike. So 4 out of the 5 Jets carry strikes in the third, and they open up a 44-pin lead on Quincy. There's a nice spare from Kendall Stark. He's got 40 in the second with a spare up in the third. Carolina Alvarado with that spinning pin right in front of the 10 and can't take it out. So she'll go after that spare following a double. And try to keep pace with a Newman team that has 2 players with the first 3. Alvarado covers the 10. As the ladies switch lanes here. Jessica Ladd up high on the head pin, leaves a 2-7 baby split. And Riley Prokish up high and leaves a 6-10. Prokish, a sophomore from Topeka. And she takes care of the 6-10. Prokish comes into this game in 6th place as an individual. So she'll try and jump into that top 5, which of course is the all-tournament team when it's said and done. Two more matches after this one to determine those top individual players, as Carrie-Ann Takuchi covers a 10-pin spare, 70 through 3 with that spare in the 4th, and she's in business. Strike for Addison Schiffelbein. That's actually Allison Seswick, not Carrie-Ann Takuchi. Ten pin for Morgan Cooper. Meanwhile, on the left, it's Kendall Stark looking at an 8-pin. And a spare for Cooper. Kensley Morris up high, leaves a 3-6. As Carolina Alvarado strikes for Quincy. She's got 69 through 3 with a strike in the 4th. And Morris takes one of the two as the Newman lead holds at 32 pins. Here's Jessica Ladd. Up high, but breaks up the split. She'll have a 6-10 to shoot in the Quincy 5th frame. Riley Prokish crosses over, but carries. And she's got 88 through 4 with that strike in the 5th. And one of the two for Ladd, so she'll stand at 62 through 5 frames. There's a strike for Seswick. Addison Schiffelbein goes up high, leaves a 3. Just enough to get that 3-pin out of there. McAuliffe up high leaves just the 6-pin. Morgan Cooper follows with a strike for Newman, our tournament leader after 2 matches on this Saturday at the 2023 Peacock Classic. There's a spare for McAuliffe. Crossover strike for Morris, and 4 of the 5 Newman players come out of the 5th frame with strikes. So Kendall Stark takes care of the spare in the Quincy 5th, and that'll bring up Carolina Alvarado. Our next match, just kind of by coincidence, will feature Augustana of Illinois and Valparaiso, which are the same 2 teams we saw in match 1. That match was a position round, so that matchup was determined by where those 2 teams finished after Friday. And they'll return to our live stream pair just as a result of the schedule. There's another strike for Prokish, who's got a double in the 5th and 6th. Seswick up high, leaves a 3-10. Again, Prokish among those trying to get into that top 5. She's +4 after 2. And just a couple pins away from a spot in the top 5. So a big game in this 3rd traditional match would certainly help her cause. There's a nice cover by Seswick. One of the 2 ways you can take down that split. She's also in the hunt too, -7 after those first 2 games. And with 110 through 5 and that spare up in the 6th. Still got plenty of opportunity to gain some ground on the top 5 competitors. Schiffelbein up high and leaves a 3-6-7-10. Tegan McAuliffe shooting at a 3-10, takes the just the 3. So she'll have 94 through the first 6. As Schiffelbein takes 3 of the 4 in that split. She's got 70 through 6. Kendall Stark connects on the left. She's in business with 98 through 5 and a strike in the 6th. As Morgan Cooper hits a double in the 5th and 6th now with 99 through 4 in that double. Going for Newman. There's another strike from Alvarado, who's struck 5 out of the 6 frames so far. And Kensley Morris finishes the Newman 6th with a strike of her own. She's got 66 through 4 with that double up, and Newman's lead holds at 46. Jessica Ladd left of the pocket and leaves a 1-3-6-9. Riley Prokish with her 3rd strike in a row. As Ladd takes down all 4. So she's got 71 through 6 with that spare up in the 7th. And a 4-pin for Allison Seswick. Alyssa Vasquez connects. That's a double for her, 75 through 5 frames with strikes in the 6th and 7th for one of 2 two-handers I can recall coming through the field here. Strike for Tegan McAuliffe. And a player switch for Newman. That was Cassidy Miller in the Newman 7th, leaving a 3-5-9. Kendall Stark went up high, but plowed them all down for a double in the Quincy 7th. Alvarado up a little high, leaving a 4-7. strike for Cooper, her third in a row. Alvarado in 19th following that second game. She's got 147 through 6 with that spare up in the 7th. And can make a nice run here with some strikes in the last 3 frames. Spare for Morris as Newman hangs on to a 75-pin lead going into the 8th frame. Morris just off the lead, a pin behind Lori Decker of Elmhurst as far as individual standings in this event. And another strike for Briley Prokish. Her 4th in a row. Allison Seswick up high, who's a 3-6. Vasquez up high for a 6-10 leave. So, again, 2 other teams here, Quincy and Newman, that are streaming their competition, their team, on their individual social media pages. So, if you're a fan of Quincy or Newman or one of the individuals on those teams, search for their social media pages, and once they leave our live stream pair, you can keep up on their progress in the last 2 games of today's competition. Cassidy Miller takes aim at a 3-pin and takes it down. Morgan Cooper a little light in the pocket, leaves a 5 pin, so she'll try and spare that up. Still a shot to be in the 250s if she can string some together in the 9th and 10th. Kendall Stark leaving a 1-3-6-7 as Cooper takes care of the 5. So 2 more games to go after this one. And Stark almost takes down that washout. We've seen quite a few of them made on our live stream pair today, but sends the one around the 7. And she'll settle for 152 through 8 as Kensley Morris comes back with a strike in the Newman 8th. She's got 135 through 7 with that strike up. And it's another frame where all 5 Newman players have come through with a mark. So their lead at 78 pins after Carolina Alvarado strikes in the Quincy 8th. It's Newman's 757 to Quincy's 679. And here's Jessica Ladd on lane 24. Crosses over, leaves a 5-8. And Briley Prokush gets the 7-10 to drop. Again, she came into this game in 6th place individually. Only 2 pins shy of the 5th spot. And she can come out of this with a 268 if she punches out in the 10th. Seswick hammers the pocket, but leaves a flat 10. So Lori Decker, our individual leader at this point, has 117 through 6 with a strike up in the 7th. She's bowling for Elmhurst, which you can kind of see the pinfall, their pinfall on lanes 27 and 28 just off to our right. Strike for Cassidy Miller, who came in about halfway through this game for Newman. And a high hit for Tegan McAuliffe, leaving her a 6-10. Cooper trips a 4 and hits a strike in the 9th. Kensley Morris follows suit. Again, 4 of the 5 Newman players hitting strikes in the 9th, and they're really turning the screws as 3 of the 4 players can end this game at 225 or above if they have a strong showing in the 10th frame. Here's Kendall Stark up high and tripping out the 6. She's got 152 through 8 with that strike up in the 9th. Now Alvarado, light, but trips out the split. She'll have a 3-pin standing in front of her. And she makes that without a problem. So she's got 187 through 8 with that spare up in the 9th. And the possibility of a 237 if she can hit all 3 in the 10th. And that would likely go a long way toward improving her standing individually in today's event. Newman's lead stands at 112, but we'll find out a lot about where that goes after Briley Prokish finishes her 10th frame. A little bit light, and she's got a 5 count there, so she'll have a lot to take down in this 10th frame, but she's still got a shot at nice 240 up there if she can pick this up and get a decent count on the fill ball. I am pleased to be joined by Mark London.
I'm sorry, who? That's right. Nice spare.
He's here from
That's
Dubuque.
right. The old guy who calls himself the king of all bowling media. Because I've been on everything.
It's good to be the king.
Well, you know, I don't know what our buddy Mike J would say about that,
Yeah.
but he's not here.
Right.
Well, I'd say that I'd say what, leaving the dinner bucket plus the 7 in the first shot in the 10th, you're thinking, you know, especially on a string, you're, you know, it's a little, you're going to have a little Mike Durbin verbal pause there for a moment. So yeah, 43, that's, you know, and then to flush the last shot, that's a big plus.
Yeah, and they switched players for that fill ball. That was Carrie Ann Takuchi.
Yes.
Finishing things off for Newman, who is our tournament leader right now, and well on their way to finishing with yet another game of 1,000 plus, which seems to be the measuring stick by which the top teams in this event are measured.
Well, and it looks like the shot is definitely opening up a little bit.
A little bit.
The tube at the back end is in fact, I don't want to. I will take the Fifth Amendment on this, but I was trying to watch as I drove in.
Okay.
The shot open up here on our live stream pair. The gutter was in play for quite a while, but then you start to see 5-9. You know, head pin missed occasionally. And it looks like You still might want to throw dollar stuff for a little while, but I think we're going to see transitions to a shinier equipment, shinier pin-down equipment, as long as the tube in the back end opens up, so the girls can just throw into that. And like that nice 10th frame so far. A
Yeah.
nice double.
Allison Seswick, another player who is certainly in the hunt, individually speaking.
She's top 10 right now.
I think she's top 10. If she's not on the first page, she's awfully close.
Okay.
Yep, nope, she's in 10th.
Okay. Yep.
Coming out
See,
of
I did my homework.
yeah,
You know.
out of the second game.
Broadcasters have been known to do that. You know. Despite what you think Randy Peterson does not do, he does a crap load of homework.
And
Look at
she
that.
finishes off with
Nice.
the last three.
Nice.
So
Nice. You
Two-
see, the good thing about the person who bowls second is they're kind of the cheerleader.
yep.
So now the pressure's off them. They're just, bouncing around a little bit and can get the last three really not so uber focused on the task at hand.
Sure. And
There
to
we
come
go.
off, and in her fourth frame to come off a gutter after 3 in a row, make the spare,
Yep.
and hang on for 205. We saw Coach Billy Newman go right up to her and give her an atta girl.
Yep.
Great
Yep.
spare.
Yep.
That can go a long way.
Absolutely, and teams like this, and all the teams here eventually start to realize that this is a 3-day, this is a marathon, this is just part of it. But if you shoot an 820 game right now, that's going to set you back a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's going to take that much longer to overcome that if you want to, the chance of shooting a 1200 or something astronomical like that, it's possible, but you've really got to have all 5 focused in on that.
Sure.
But you just, you're, again, the Bull Durham line, trust your cliches, stick to the process, believe in the process, stay in the moment. Yeah,
Listen to your coach.
And it's so easy to, see, there you go.
Yeah.
She's
So-
more relieved that the game is over and she's going to be off this pair
Yeah.
in a moment.
Well, that's Cassidy Miller, who came in about
Yeah.
halfway through the game.
Mm-hmm.
So she definitely gave them a spark in those last couple frames. Morgan Cooper coming up here in the 10th. She's another one who we're watching, individually speaking. The 4th seed coming into this game leaves a half-pocket 10-pin. While we watch her take a look at that spare, I'm going to adjust some cameras here.
Sure, absolutely.
Hopefully that wasn't too jarring. I think someone ran into it early in this game. But
those triple ball cases can be hazardous.
there's a lot of them up here.
Oh yeah.
So Kendall Stark covers that spare. She'll have a shot at 192 if
Get
she
around
can
that one.
strike the fill. And Morgan Cooper with a nice 238 game.
Now there's a little, if the anchor could feel a little bit of pressure here, because you've already got 1,000.
Yep.
Now you're looking to add another at least 50 on top of that. You're thinking, okay, just make your shot, make the shot you want to make, and put some more distance between you and the people behind you.
Yeah. Up high leaves a 6
right.
pin.
All right.
And again, Kensley Morris is coming into this game was just a stick off of the lead for the individual standings. Carolina Alvarado hits the first strike in her 10th frame. We've got the benefit of having Elmhurst a couple lanes down there, so we know that Lori Decker, our current individual leader, is up in the 9th now with 145 through 8. So since Decker still has a shot at 205, and she just tripped a 3-pin on a light hit.
Hate that. Whoops.
So
Especially in the 10th
pretty
frame.
important fill ball. Keep things going for Morris. And she
Okay.
crushes it.
Looked like it fell off her hand a little bit, but she got it in the right direction. And so the slower rev rate did not read the friction so much, directed it back to the pocket. I like her ball roll.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw a name out there, Parker Bone.
Okay. I'm sure she would appreciate that.
Similar. Well, she may not know. Hopefully, she knows who Parker Bone is.
I hope so.
Maybe we should have said, Brandon Bone's dad.
Yep.
That they know. I have to realize, as an old person, as a PBA 60 person now, that not everybody in the 20s knows who these people are.
Sure.
Well, and for those of you who don't know, I write a column for the Bowling News of Texas known as Just Paying Attention, and I've been writing that for, I hate to say 25 years now, but and part of a regular segment is JPA Lost Classics, and the one I'm going to do for February is on Toby Contreras. There's a name from the past.
Yeah.
Some of our parents might have seen this. He made one show, but currently he's the new PBA Midwest Region tournament manager, tournament director. He was top seed in the AC Delco Classic 40 years ago. I think this week, in fact, it might be today, the 21st, that he and Tapper got into a very tight match where he needed to double, and Toby was one of the first guys who was not shy.
Oh no!
He
was very animated.
If you go to YouTube and watch the show, it's almost commonplace now.
Yeah.
For his, but he wasn't being in Tapper's face or anything like that. But very enthusiastic, jumping around, just pure joy, just pure joy. And Tapper had not won yet. He would win later that year. I think it was maybe 6 months later in Seattle. But Toby is the only show he ever made. I think the only match play he ever made. And he was just one of the happiest people on earth. It was just fun to watch.
Who wouldn't be? I mean, to win the championship on your first show like that. And I actually got in touch with him the week leading up to the episode where Charlie Tapp came on my show.
Oh, there you go.
He said he'd get back to me. Must not have worked out. Things happen.
Yeah, they've been. I remember they were on the Bowler Show together a few years ago with Dave Waslow, and I was part of that later in that show. I was not on that segment, but it's fun to listen to the old tour guys and gals talk about matches that they had years ago. And they have details that, of course, very few know, but it's always entertaining to have their take. And sometimes there's a little bit of resentment. Usually there isn't anymore because, they're not bowling for, rent or mortgages anymore. But still, it's always fun to see the joy in their faces and hear it in their voices about how much fun they had at certain points of their tour career.
Sure.
Tour careers can be not close to tragic. I mean, there's a lot of down things that can happen. Just because there's, expenses of what they are in tour life, of what it is. We're not bowling for, golf money or anything like that, but you still have to want to do it.
Yeah.
But stories like that are just fun. So, oh, there I am. Hi.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Oh yeah, we're
Nice
here.
to see you.
We're here. This was kind of a coin flip thing where the graphic was either going to have, your name below you and mine below me, or vice versa.
Oh, okay.
So I would have been you if I had picked wrong.
Well, I'm glad I picked the proper
Yeah.
chair.
Yeah. No, the other teams are finishing up their matches as we speak right now. Illinois Wesleyan and Lewis just in the latter stages of their 10th frame. Off to our other side,
Yes.
Elmhurst and Valparaiso finishing up theirs. Valpa will actually be one of the teams featured on our live stream pair this next game. Valparaiso and Augustana, which coincidentally was the matchup we saw
Yes.
the first game.
First game.
So Valparaiso came on top that time. We'll see what happens in match 4 here. So, yeah, that's kind of where we stand so far. Yeah, certainly glad to, be able to throw some ideas off of you today.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
As you can tell, I'm totally shy in front of a microphone. Us old radio guys,
Yeah.
especially if you have a cough button.
Yep.
We have no cough button, by the way, so I can do. So I have to lean away and go.
I can mute the microphone, but then we're both.
Yeah,
we're both
right.
done.
Well, yeah, that's no fun.
So, but yeah, thanks again for coming
Sure,
out,
absolutely.
making the trip out.
And in fact, if you're curious, we may see some of a few of these gals who decide to turn pro this summer, because the PWBA Tour wraps up their 2023 season right here.
Right here.
And their television pair may be this one.
Yeah.
If you're wondering why we keep looking to our right, your left, our live stream pair is 23-24. So we have to go that way to look. So
Yeah.
that should be fun, coming up on CBS Sports Network. So
Yeah. And I mentioned, for those of us in Western Wisconsin, this is as close as it gets.
yes,
On this particular season, although there is a regional event in Eagan, Minnesota, but
yep.
as far as a national tour stop,
Brent Prentice,
This is the
great
one.
host, been host to many different events. I'm sure he has a full field. I'm sure he'll get
I
a full
believe it.
field.
it will. Yeah.
Because Amanda's Army will be up there. They will be.
Yeah.
Amanda, you know that. Don't deny it. No. Don't pull this Minnesota nice stuff with me. It doesn't. I spent 10 years up there. No.
Yeah.
Amanda's Army will be there in full force.
Sure. And I can think of at least a couple in my area that might make the trip
Oh, yeah.
out too. So. Yeah. But.
So as let's see, they're still going. They're in their couple players to go.
So Lori Decker will be getting up in the 10th here. She's got a strike up,
Well,
and I believe that's the one where she tripped out the 3.
hopefully the 9 misses is out of her head, because that was in her last trip in the 8th
Right.
over there.
So Elmhurst, one of the teams that we're actually not scheduled to have on our live stream pair, but of course paying close attention to what Ms. Decker ends up doing here in the 10th. As
So we'll have
you
to-
may recall, oh gosh, I can't even remember her first name. It's good that I've got the list here. Kensley Morris from Newman finished up with a 204 in this last game. And Decker splashed him around in that first shot in the 10th,
Okay.
so that's a key double. We did have Elmhurst here yesterday and saw them compete. Decker is definitely a high-speed, moderately high revolution lefty.
I thought it very unique that she was going before her first shot. There seemed to be a moment of quiet in the building because there were no other balls being thrown. Let's see if I can hi, Coach.
And she really packed that second one in the 10th.
High flush on that one.
So, assuming she gets decent count, she'll be in the low 200s. And certainly keeping pace with Morris, if not the others as well.
And one thing that if you begin to realize that, hey, I'm up in the upper, the upper half or more, like top 5. If you flag a single pin, it's like you just want to have super short-term memory on that.
Sure.
I'll try to forget that. She's carefully setting herself.
So she's getting up for the fill ball. Again, she's working on the last 3 strikes, 145 through 8.
And there's another pair, a few pairs to the right of them that have another bowler to go.
And
Tugged
she
it a little
yanked
bit.
that one, but got away with it.
Got away with it.
Yeah. Yeah, she hit Brooklyn and
nice.
kind of light mixer, rattled them all around, and ends up with 205. So she'll be in the mix here, depending on how the other ladies did this past game, the third one of our traditional set here. And as we wait for the others to finish, looks like Upper Iowa is still working on a 10th frame there, along with Carol of Waukesha. And once they finish, then the ladies will have 3 minutes to get to the next pair, which has been a quick process,
Good.
a hurried process.
They know.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll have a few people go by me. So
Yep.
as there is a little aisle, there is enough room for a triple roller, slim triple to slide through here.
Mm-hmm.
But it's always fun to be at these college meets because there's a lot of energy.
Yeah.
If you've never been to one before, and most of you have, those who haven't don't realize it's sort of a hybrid between a high school basketball game, especially between rival schools, and a bowling meet. High school meets are kind of noisy. In fact, Dubuque had one last year for the first time. They had all 3 high schools in the same building at the same time. Of course, they practice at the same time 1 day a week. So you had Wahlert, you had Hempstead, and you had Senior in a tri-meet.
Okay.
And it was a little loud. It started to freak people out downstairs in the casino.
Oh, wow.
So
That's some noise.
They had to, they had to tell some of the hardcores,
Yeah.
they're not on your lawn. Don't worry about it.
Right.
They're young people. So
And these ladies can certainly get loud
Oh,
as
yeah.
well.
Yeah,
Even
babe.
the 2 teams we have coming up, Augustana and Valparaiso. But it's a good way to kind of keep or start momentum depending on where they're at in the game.
Absolutely. And the problem with a pause like this, when you have one pair that's lagging behind a little bit, is momentum.
Yeah.
So, a real key is what happens those first 2 frames after a pause like this.
The competition at this time, please move to Blames for the next
So-
round. You've got 3 minutes to move to your next pair.
So here's the 3-minute shuffle. We'll
right.
remind you that we'll have live coverage coming up tomorrow, Championship Sunday, And the link is, I think, fairly easy to remember, bit.ly/2023 Peacock Sunday. So, and that link is case sensitive, remember. So be sure and capitalize the P in Peacock, the S in Sunday. You can also go back and check out Friday's action if you missed it, bit.ly/2023 Peacock Friday, and see that on replay. And certainly a historic day for Upper Iowa, the host school, who led a tournament for the first time in their history, and had the greatest pinfall total for one day in their history.
A nice little notch in the program history. So the girls realized that they were part of something good that happened for Feather Up Nation, and they need to build on that now. So,
and being the tournament host, there were plenty of parents and friends around to take it all in.
Hey, we're back.
and of course you can follow your favorite teams if they're not on the live stream pair on their social media pages. See, I did my homework.
You've been
See,
listening,
I have been listening. The rumors are true. I actually prepare for stuff like this.
Yeah.
You got to be as mean to her as possible. The more you tell her she can't do something, the worse she's going to do it.
Maybe if we get into rain delay theater, we can talk about the 2017 Lucy on PBA Extra Frame and the trouble that I almost got into.
Oh boy.
I was asked to not admonished, but I was asked a question by Tom Clark.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. A broadcast question by Tom Clark.
Oh wow.
So it was all good. It
Yeah?
was all good. I didn't get into trouble.
Okay.
I turned it into a positive.
Yeah.
So we'll get into that in a little bit as the afternoon unfolds here.
They call that a tease in the business.
That's right. That's right. In fact, speaking of teases, television teases, the local NBC affiliate is just down the street.
Oh yeah, KWWL.
News 7 KWWL, home of the crabby sports reporter who went on the weather rant the other day, 2 weeks ago. That was fun.
That's what I told an old coworker. I said I'm in Waterloo looking for
In
that guy.
fact, he might be here. If they send out a camera crew, it might be him.
Oh wow. Okay.
Mark Woodley. Maybe we'll get him.
Hey.
So if you hear a voice that sounds a lot like mine, razzing somebody about bad weather, he might be.
It is you razzing somebody about bad weather.
Well, no, I will be razzing him about bad weather.
Yeah.
Said, hey, how's the weather today?
Uh-huh.
So shall we go over the standings now that we?
We shall.
Oh, wait a minute. We have.
Assuming they are updated,
Oh.
which they're not quite yet.
We're getting there.
We're getting there. They're pretty quick with those.
They are quick.
And it was during that game where one of the tournament officials said that they fired up this monitor, which is right behind where we're sitting, so it should be even faster.
Better yet.
Perfect world, I'd put a live camera on it, but I'm fresh out.
I left my laptop at home. Sorry.
So yeah, as soon as we get an update in standings, we can pass that along to you. Typically, it's been in first frame of the the next game, so
They're not worried.
yeah.
Or I can tell stories about meeting some of the college coaches who have bowled
Okay.
on tour,
Let's go.
Yeah.
and they're
12:50. Let's go.
well. Before we get started, I teased it enough.
Yeah.
So I'll say I got to ask Bill Straub what it was like watching Mark Roth pick up the 710 on TV against him.
Okay. Because he was the opponent in that.
He was
game.
the opponent. In case you haven't seen that on YouTube lately, back when he had his perm, back when he and I both had a lot of hair. But I remember asking him, just, and I had worked in the center for a few years, so I would, he knew who I was. Yeah, he knew I wasn't gonna. I said, so you got to tell me before you guys go, what was it like sitting there watching that?
Right.
Honest to God, he said after he left the 710, he thought, because Strava just opened, he left a 2.8, so Rothley's 710. And Strava's thinking, I've got this match won. Who am I going to bowl next? He's looking around. He sees the guy who's going to come on, and so. And then he looks straight ahead and literally sees the ball hit the lane and sees that pin jump out of the pit and pick up the 7, and the place goes nuts.
Yeah.
And Bill is just stunned.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The look on his face explains his reaction. He was stunned. It's only been, this was years before the Ginger Assassin. And
Yeah, just a few.
before being a clue on Jeopardy was trendy, okay? But yeah, I mean, asking guys questions like that is, and of course I got to ask him about where the whereabouts of his Burgundy Lincoln Town car that he drove to the first regional I ever bowled back in the day. But now we're starting off. As we have Valpo and Augustana on our live stream pair, as we'll have standings.
Yep, these are the new
coming
team
to you
standings.
shortly.
As soon as that gets over to my laptop here, we can toss that on. Let's see. Oh, that's a game ago. So that's Isabella Palomaro covering the spare for Valparaiso in the first frame. Lilu Smith started out with an open. I believe that was Rose Klinger, who also opened for Augustana. And Delaney Walsh followed that with a strike. All right. So let's get these team standings up, as long as I'm pulling up the correct one here. I don't want to get the outdated one here. There we go. All right, so Newman, our tournament leader, still in first with 7,842 total pins. Upper Iowa maintaining second place, 74-37. Lewis in third at 7,290. Valparaiso, who's on lane 23 right now, in fourth at 7,085. And then it goes Quincy, Augustana, Elmhurst, Carroll, and Illinois Wesleyan. And Jen Patz hooks it past a 5-pin for Valparaiso. So that was Samantha Novak leaving a half pocket 10. And you've got Noelle Duty at the anchor role for Valparaiso once again. And that's a great start for her.
And up next for Augustana, Sarah Stefanovic. Hope I didn't mangle the name too much. Sorry. Sorry, family members, if I did.
they've had a lot of folks coming on the live stream and giving
Novak
support.
with the spare.
Yeah.
I'm sure the folks in the live chat are just telling me to shut up, but that's, you know. Okay.
So it's been a couple of games since we saw Augustana last, but they've obviously made some lineup changes. Stefanovic was in the leadoff spot when they were here last, and now she's at the bottom. That's Rose Klinger mixing them up and taking the 7 out. Lilu Smith on pretty similar hit just from the left side.
Up next for Augustana, Delaney Walsh.
And through the heart of the pins, but fortunate to just leave a 10 pin. And Palomaro hits another strike for Valparaiso, 2 for 2 in the second frame.
I think some of the Augustana crew have noticed that their balls are hooking maybe 10 feet earlier than they were earlier. So I hope they're realizing that it's, you know, time to make an adjustment. Come on, look out. There we go. That's it. Oh.
Allie Eibel hitting a double to start out the game. And this is a player we hadn't seen before, Samantha Olson, taking up the 3 spot now from Park Ridge, Illinois.
And you got to tip your hat to Olson, who's wearing the knee brace, and as somebody who's had knee surgery, it's I feel for you. Been there, done that.
It can be confusing though, because you've got Samantha in the third, and then Samantha in the fourth. That's Samantha Novak who just hit that strike on the left. Got a nice cover from Jen Patz.
Ooh.
Sarah Pace cheering on Samantha. I'm assuming she means Samantha Novak because that's who she was cheering for in the first game of the day. But I'm sure it would be well received in both ways. And another half pocket 10 for Noelle Duty. So a clean second frame for both teams as Valparaiso hangs on to a 1-pin lead through 2 frames, but lots of strikes and spares to sort out here. So,
You know, one question I wouldn't mind asking the Augustana coaches, what's it like having a big dog school in your metro area that you have to compete with, not only for competition, but also for players?
you could probably ask the same of the Newman coach.
Oh, exactly, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sure the answers will be similar.
Yeah.
But since St. Ambrose has been more the last 5 years, they've had a stellar program. And I'm even thinking maybe 25 years earlier with Western Illinois.
Yep.
Down in Macomb. That has, I don't want to say seemingly disappeared, but my program disappeared, but, you know. That.
So there you go. Yeah, Sarah says she cheers for all the girls, but yes, she's the mom of Samantha Novak.
I thought so, yeah, well, of course.
So, yeah. But, yeah, your daughter's off to a great start, and glad that we can provide a glimpse into how she's doing here in the Peacock Classic. So I'm going to go grab a screenshot of the individual update.
All right. Never an easy spare to pick up with or without the 9-pin, that 3-6-10 combination. Now Samantha Olson for Augustana back up on 24. Let's see what adjustment she makes off that 8-10 in the first frame. Eibel with the spare. Did I say that right? Eibel?
I've been saying Allie Eibel, and I'm hoping I'm right.
I'm sure. Well, if we mess up, we'll hear about it in the chat like 10 minutes ago.
Quickly and confidently is how I go about that. All right. So let's take a look at some individual standings. This is 11 through 20, and not for any other reason besides the fact that I couldn't see the thumbnails, so I just picked one. Michaela Morgan from Upper Iowa holding 11th place individually right now at 571 or minus 29. The aforementioned Allie Eibel in 12th with 563, followed by Samantha Novak of Augustana. And Dana Murata from Upper Iowa, Addison Schiffelbein from Newman, Emma Hawley from Upper Iowa, Kendall Stark from Quincy, Delaney Fishbeck from Lewis, Noelle Duty, and Sydney Radaman, rounding out the top 20. So let's see if we can pull up a look at the top 10 here. And leading the pack right now, Lori Decker, who we just discussed. I'd say we just saw, but you didn't see that. We saw that.
Well, I saw it. I was, yes, I was. I will neither confirm nor deny I was driving a vehicle at the time I was watching.
She's our leader right now with 675 or plus 75 after 3 games. A couple of Newman teammates, Kensley Morris and Morgan Cooper, holding down the second and third spots. Lilu Smith, who's on the pair right here with 6:54 in the fourth position. And Briley Prokish, who finished out a big game this last game on our live stream pair from Newman at plus 47 in the fifth spot. So then after that, you've got Erica Lohr from Lewis, Allison Seswick from Newman, Savannah Jordan from Lewis, Sarah Stevanovic from Augustana, and Carolina Alvarado from Quincy, rounding out the top 10. So at this moment, you're looking at about 45 or 47 to make the cut to the all-tournament team. And I mean, with 2 games to go, yeah, it's it's getting late, but hey, this range of competitors here who are between like 580 and 630. There's a chance.
One big game at the right time could push you up above the line.
Yeah. So Delaney Walsh leaves the 10 pin. And Smith misses all 4. So she's another one who's in the top 10 and needs to add pins, not subtract them. She's in 4th coming into this game, so she'll need to play catch up in the later stages of this game. Half pocket 10 for Isabella Palomaro. And
let's see, Samantha Olson, who's coming off a strike on the last visit to 23. Another one.
yeah. Samantha Olson with a double. Not a double. A strike.
on that lane.
On that lane.
That might.
Yeah.
I don't know if you call that a Verapapa double, but
Dynamite drop in there, Mark.
that broadcast school is paying off. I know. That's right, Monty. I'm sure we have completely perplexed the parents watching. What are they saying? Who is that guy?
Here's Samantha Novak on the left. Comes up high, but
Just a pinch high, made a nice adjustment off that last shot.
yeah. And another high hit for Allie Eibel.
That looked like a parallel move left. Hopefully she wasn't, she didn't just, I'm not going to say tug the crap out of it, but it was a little left. I like the shape of it, but if it was like 4 boards further out, parallel further out, she probably would have struck, but still no split. You don't want to give that double away. Both teams are settled into the pair and their transition at the moment.
So off to our right, on 27 and 28, you might be able to see the pinfall there. That's Upper Iowa. With a 9-team field, they are on a bye, so they bowled themselves. So there's no benefit for winning the match. That doesn't factor into the match play total, but the total pins, as always, loom large for both team and individuals. Jen Pats.
And I believe I saw one of the Upper Iowa women shooting a two-handed style.
Yep. There's a couple in our field. Michaela Morgan from Upper Iowa.
Yep. Yep.
And Alyssa Vasquez
Yep,
from
that was her.
Quincy.
Duty for a double. Oh. That's my Mike Durbin impression.
Yeah.
Oh. That's for you,
Oh.
Matt McNeil, my friend.
Beautiful shot.
I thought the ball was going to jump high. It looked like it was wiggling a little bit, and then it stopped.
Yep.
Sorry if I'm getting technical, but I've been doing this for a while, so that's how I see ball motion.
Yeah.
I see ball motion.
Hey. At least
Hey,
one
if
of us
it's
does.
if it's me and Rick Benoit, then that's what. Go Google him.
Yeah. Oh. All right. Lulu
All right.
Smith comes up light, leaves a 5-pin. And a 2 for Rose Klinger.
Almost roll. I thought she was to roll the 2-pin there for a second. It had the potential. But coming off a 3-bagger, she was going for a 4-bagger. By the way, it is called a 4-bagger.
Right.
Where we're sitting, because that other phrase for
You're not
4-baggers
going
is
with that?
trademarked. I don't wear skinny jeans either, by the way. Even though I did ask Sheila Chapman when AJ made the show. In fact, AJ doesn't live too far from here. He used to, or his parents lived down the road from here.
Okay.
I asked if Rob Stone got her phone number because the way he was talking about her on the show last year. If you've noticed, I've watched a little too much bowling on TV over the last 50 years, so.
So big thanks to those of you who are watching live. And probably a good time to remind folks that if you click the logo in the lower right, you can subscribe to the channel. Doesn't cost you a dime. And you can be the first to know when we put up new videos or go live. You turn on notifications, or you don't have to turn on notifications. You can just leave it be. But either way, it certainly helps me with what I'm doing, and I really appreciate it if you give the channel a look and subscribe today.
I like that ball roll of Delaney Walsh. It's kind of slow. And the nice thing about that is when she hits the head pin dead on, she's not going to leave a split.
Right.
I mean, she has to really split the hair, thread the needle at 3 different points down the lane in order to do that with that type of ball roll. So she stays out of trouble. As long as she can get her spare, she's fine. Now we have Samantha Olson again. Going a little high. All right. 4-7.
I feel like it's that time of the day where, the focus becomes kind of controlling the pocket for a lot of these ladies.
Yes.
But then you look over at Newman, which is a few lanes down from us, and you see 4 of the 5 are on strings. So it can kind of go both ways, but this is kind of the nitty-gritty of this whole thing.
It's part of its player style, part of its coaching, getting some of the gals to get out of the, to go a little left of second arrow occasionally. And she's not having a good look on that lane at all. She wants to be off this pair like 10 minutes ago. Can't say I blame her. But you got to get it out.
Meanwhile, Noelle Duty is
Yep.
she's having a good old time on this pair. 4 out of the 5 strikes so far.
As used to be said on ESPN back when it was fashionable, from way downtown, bang. That's it. Yes, yes.
Samantha Novak connects. So
I noticed. Can you go back to the chat for a moment? I'm going to make it.
yeah.
I'm going to go outside the box here. Mrs. Pace, I think I may know some of your family, if because I saw Bensonville.
Okay.
Especially if you have family who used to work at Brunswick Zone Deer Park. Great people. I always enjoyed my time with the Pace family. If it's the same Pace family.
It's a small world either way.
It's the bowling world, you know. Valpo coached by Sean Washington, PBA regional competitor. Off that. He doesn't remember me at all. He's looked right through me. He doesn't. Of course, I had hair back when the last time
me, but it's only been a year.
Wow. It's been at least 10 since he's seen me.
Okay. All right, Lilu Smith up on 24, and you figure she's got to get something going, and she does.
There we go.
But, yeah, to keep pace with the leaders, she's going to need to string some strikes pretty quick.
Klinger with another spare. Now, we're past the halfway point of competition today. You can't, the thing you have to guard against is getting mentally tired or have a brain cramp. So you gotta stay in there and stay focused and stick to your cliches. Trust the process, and and of course the biggest one that everybody remembers: stop thinking, let things happen, and be the ball.
Yeah.
Just throw the ball. Just you don't want to think too much either. Bucket on.
Got it.
She wasn't sure about that one either.
But yeah, the 10 pins in front of you, that's your job, and nothing more, nothing less.
Right. Got it.
Nice
yes.
cover.
And that is Upper Iowa making some noise and getting a few more doubles over there.
Allie Eibel connects.
Nice shot. Very nice. Very nice.
She's off to a pretty good start, 87 through 4 with a double up.
Great release.
And up high for Samantha Olson, leaving a 3-pin.
All right, I'm going to say it. I think she needs to change equipment. Her ball's grabbing way too early. 30 to 35 feet is way too soon. It's a, medium to semi-aggressive ball. With her ball speed, she needs a
Jen
little
Pats
less surface. Something shiny.
Sticks the pocket. That's 3 in a row for her.
That's the type of strike that their coach has thrown. See, I've seen him throw a ball. It's been 1,000 years, but that's how he used to bowl. Nice and smooth. Not just you get something on it, but it doesn't look like you're, yanking the finger holes out of it.
Sure. So meanwhile, Sarah says maybe, but my husband is from Louisiana, so distant family if
maybe,
they are.
Yeah. Well, the paces that I remember from up there are from New York.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah. Nice little run by the third, fourth, and fifth bowlers
Yeah.
for Valpo. I'll say it again. Wow. Hey, that's a 4-bagger for duty. But we don't have the fancy graphic that Fox has. So we can't use it. Besides, that's Stoney's word for it.
Okay.
So we have to come up with our own word for it.
Right.
So I'll go with 4 in a row.
4 in a row.
I'll use
All
that
right.
phrase. Go back for the spare. Look out. Oh, yes.
It's like when you're throwing plastic at right side spares, you want to have that confidence to know you're not going to
Right,
chop it.
right.
But sometimes.
She's not, I'm so used to watching the guys throw the shot where if they hit it, the ball will check up and leave the 6-pin. But in this case, it just floated right through and there was no problem.
A little bit to the right for Stevanovic, and it's a 1-2-4-10.
She needs to change balls. That ball in that line, in that area of the lane is not working, because if she moves, if she keeps the same target, moves her feet right, it checks up. It checks up too early. She's getting too much over/under front to back.
She's essentially in jail.
She, at this point, you're looking at, the line score. Yeah, it's, one open, but now you've lost one lane.
And gets the count there, so.
You've got to figure something out to just get through the last couple of frames on this pair now. That was the 6th. So you're thinking, okay, I've got the 8th and the 10th. I got 2 more frames over there. I got to think of something. But for right now, my focus is the 7th frame.
Right.
And that's a tough thing and that's part of the learning process that all bowlers go through, especially at the college level, when you've got 4 of your teammates right there with you.
Nice shot from Rose Klinger.
Yep. She made a little move left.
And Lilu Smith breaks up that split. I was just about to say, it's a nice deal for her where there's no other lefties on the pair right now, but
there were 2 last game.
there were, yep.
And she's going to have to move her feet a little bit right. She can't go straight up the boards anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, jeez.
Right, almost
geez,
carried
I
out
hate
that 10 for Delaney Walsh.
Normally that 10-pin falls, but did it give her? It gave her a strike, I think. But that's not what you want to like to see for a 10-pin. But now your margin of error is even smaller, because now the way it got knocked.
It's tough to see on the stream, but yeah, it's a little off spot.
It's off spot by probably inch and a quarter, which is just enough where if you throw it in the gutter, it's going to clip it. That's how close to the gutter it is, because there's normally about a board and a half between the pin spot and the edge of the flat gutter. Yeah. See, I'm getting technical again here. Stop me if I'm getting hot here. So now that width of the pin, she doesn't have all of it to shoot.
Eibel gets her 3rd in a row, and
nice.
That reaction looked pretty good. Oh.
I tell you what, Eibel is in a nice part of the lane right now, because if she misses a little bit one way or the other, it's going to hold up just a pinch, but her more area is out to the outside, out to the right, where the ball's going to read but not jump so hard as it would out by first arrow right now.
Sure.
All right. Well, let's see what Samantha Olson does up on 24.
Jen Patz working on 3 straight, gets a 4th. You think she liked that one?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Just slightly. She's still throwing the same ball. On 24. Let's see. All right. She made an adjustment with her feet, so she's back in the pocket. But having spent much of the last 5 years bowling on one leg, and I had the same issue that my operated knee was my left leg, so trying to throw a ball and trying to get something on it and trying to worry about that.
Noel duty
And worry
follows
about,
up with another.
My goal for 3 of those years was not falling down, and I did it. So
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say Valpo has a real nice game going right now.
I'll say.
If you're looking at the scoreboard,
You don't even need to be able to read the scoreboard right now. You can just see that mass of strikes. But yeah, 7 out of the last 8.
I'd be curious to ask Coach Dr. Nick when we get her on afterwards about the strategy about bowling on a pair unopposed, because they stop after every frame because you could literally bowl yourself out of rhythm.
Sure.
If you just keep going and going and going.
And if everything is as on the schedule, we're going to see some of that next game with Illinois Wesleyan, because they have a bye and they're scheduled to be on the live stream pair. So.
Don't tell me, rain delay theater. don't tempt me.
You
Don't
love
don't-
love that expression, don't you?
Well, it goes to my Tom. I'll be able to tell my Tom Clark story about how he thought he was going to admonish me for something.
All right, so Novak hooks it past the 1-2-9. And that'll give her 133 through 7. And we'll see what Stevanovic does here. She did strike on this lane the last time around, so it's the other lane that's posed more of a problem for her.
A little bit of reaction.
Yeah.
She changed the roll just a little bit. Got a touch more side roll, so the ball would face up at the right spot and get to the pocket. Because when she was coming out of it more up the back of it, the ball had no inertia to go further left. Now she got just a little bit of angle on it, with just 5 or 10 degrees more side roll, which got the ball to face up in the right spot.
Yeah.
And carry out the Dick Weber 4-5-7 strike.
It's always so crazy to me that little bit of tilt can make all the difference.
Yes. That's the big science word that I did not use there. Tilt.
All right, so now Lilu Smith has struck twice on lane 24 in the last 2 times here. She's got 111 in the 7th with that strike up in the 8th, so she can make a run here and try and hold her ground, depending on what the others do.
I'd be almost tempted to move even a half board
Yeah.
to the right, just to make sure the margin of error stayed in the right spot. Because now all your margin of error is to the left, where if you tug another shot, it's 6-10, and hopefully not with the 7-10.
Palomaro follows up with yet another strike. She's got 123 through 6 with that double up.
on. There we go. Okay.
And a 4-7 for Delaney Walsh.
And why does this stat not surprise me? She's first in team on split conversions. Being accurate. She's got that ball. I can see her picking up the 6-7 a lot. Sure.
Hambo! Keep your eye on it.
Just a pinch slow.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's a family member, maybe her dad behind us.
Right through the face.
Who you
for
might
a
have
3-4-6-7.
you may have heard that at home if you're scoring at home.
That's the beauty of the internet. Anything goes.
That's not what you want to. Yeah. Oh yeah. Small town radio too. Yeah.
I don't know the beauty or the ugly
Yeah.
side of it, but
You ever work a high school football game with the athletic director of that school pounding the counter right beside you, sitting closer than you are to me? Yeah.
Make that.
that doesn't always work out the right way.
And you get knocked off the air doing that too. Joey O'Joy. Hate to see that three bagger, that triple given away, giving it right back. But a double can get her back into the 2-teen category. Atta girl, yes. On a good lane. You know, it's funny that way too. With if you're on a pair where you've had nothing on one lane and strikes on the air, your arm swing loosens up. It's amazing to watch.
All right, Jen Pat's working on 4 in a row.
Look out.
And that checked up a little early, but she didn't pay the price.
Maybe a little bit slow. But then sometimes you're thinking you don't want to make a mistake either.
Sure.
Here's Novak. All right.
Okay. Well, again, 10 is 10, but,
Yep.
Keeps
it in play.
Make a good shot the next time around and capitalize.
Probably.
That ended up in the right place.
6-pack.
Just
So 5 in a row for Pat, 6 in a row for Duty.
Yep.
And we're going to have a game here. 8:01 already through 8 frames. And again, the strikes don't really count as much as they will in the end in it right now. So that lead's going to grow even more. All right, on to the 9th frame now, and Lilu Smith again can.
Well, let's see if she moves a little bit right.
If she can put some strikes together, she can still get a decent game out of this.
Because her shot has been coming up high. Maybe, at least probably 2, maybe even as simple as a 2-1. All right.
Got there. Maybe a little speed behind it.
A little bit more.
Yeah.
If that's her adjustment, well, then that's, some guy named Parker does the same thing. So,
And a spare for Rose Klinger. 166 through 8 for her with a spare up in the 9th. And a 3rd consecutive strike for Isabella Palomaro.
if a few more of the Valpo players looked at what happened in the 8th frame on 24. Oh yeah. and we're able to see the ball jumping a little bit sooner than it did on 23, that's what you can use to make your adjustment for that 10th frame. So if you miss it a little bit slow, you don't go right through the face.
Sure.
And take out 4 through the middle or 4 through the face. Great shot by Eibel, setting up.
All right, Jen Pat's working on 5 in a row now. The 3 teammates ahead of her have struck on this lane. And, you know, you can see the confidence just kind of, starting to build among that team.
When you're getting this late in a game.
Yeah. And giving a shout out to Lilu, who's got 111 through 7 with that double up in the 8th and 9th. Oh, high flush pocket shot and just drove right through.
Pinch left.
Yeah.
Just a pinch left. Now, if that had been on 24, that may have been a big 4 or a Greek church. So, and these are things you really have to, just through practice, just through going out and throwing balls in tournaments, you really have to keep track of stuff like this. This is how you mentally manage yourself through a multi-game, all-day, tournament. Not only what pins fall, but how the pins fall. That can tell you a lot. And related to that is where the ball leaves the pin deck. A lot of people look at that. I've always looked at how the pins fall. If they're jumping out there like they've been shot out of like a spitball, then you're doing something. You're in the right part of the lane, throwing the right ball.
All right, so now Noel Duty on the left, trying to turn 6 in a row into 7.
Come on, 7. Look out.
Oh,
all right, okay.
Just a titch high.
We've seen, 3 shots on that lane go high? Now, if they had another frame over there, yeah, it's definitely time to move in a little bit. But a 9th frame, when you have a string like that amongst the whole team, is the anchor, or at least the 4th place bowler, will throw a messenger strike. That really jacks up a team a lot.
All right. All right, so 9:19 for Valparaiso through the 9th. And plenty of strikes and spares that they're working on to extend that score even farther.
Nice spare game. I'm impressed by her spare game. Very heady, very brainy out there. Just let's see if Stefanovic can get the same reaction she had the last shot over here. Added a little more tilt. Yep.
Yeah, it's the right spot.
I've got another story, too.
I'm sure you got a few.
About several. About driving people nuts. 07 Masters at Miller Park. What used to be called Miller Park.
Okay.
There's like 2,000 of us there. We're sitting in, stadium side. So we're pretty much behind the TV pair. I'm watching Steve Jarris.
Okay.
Good friend of mine for 30 plus years.
Beautiful game.
Bowl like 550 for the first 2. It might have been 560 for the first 2. And he went like 260, 280, something like that. And every time he let go of the ball, I'd watch it at the arrows, and I would say yes, and the ball would strike.
Yeah.
I'm sure I was driving people nuts around me, but I'm sorry, I'm dead on.
Yeah.
It's like there's a strike.
Uh-huh.
That's how much bowling on TV I've watched. I can see a ball at 30 feet and tell you how well it's rolled.
All right.
Now it's too bad they're not bowling another game on this pair because they have figured out 23.
Yeah.
Because 24. Let's see if she moved. Nope, she tugged it. Nope. I think the left side might be transitioning the same as the right side on 24, just because it's almost playing like there's less oil.
Yeah.
But if you've had enough left-hand traffic throwing surface, it's going to burn it up anyway. Slower than the right, of course, but
Sure.
as we've seen on the right side on 24, it's really checking up really early.
So 216 for Rose Klinger. It'll be 188 for Lilu Smith.
Pick it up.
And Lazy Six doesn't take out the 10 for
Not the type of
Delaney Walsh.
Okay, perfect example. Yes, all 10 pins fell, but the 7 pin was real late. That tells you, because of the way the ball came in, it hooked and it stopped. It just was flat end over end roll at an angle. Barely got the 7 out. It's timed. You probably should have moved at least in the 6th frame, definitely by the 8th. So now, you set yourself up for the 10th to watch the ball have a little truer roll, so you have the same finish on 23. Caught a break there.
Yep.
She didn't catch it all, but it was fairly straight. She kind of floated it straight up the boards, but it was enough. It was enough to strike.
Yep. And now she'll be in the 240s with good count.
Now at this point, I'm thinking, okay, I got by with 2 shots here. I'm moving left.
Yeah.
I don't care, especially if I get back to this pair sometime today, and it might happen.
Let's go 6 back.
But the chances of a 3rd straight lucky shot, chances are not that good. That was okay. All right.
Should pack that one.
2-board head belly. The ball hit about 8 at the arrows and kind of stayed there. The shot before hit about 10, 11.
Okay.
But she just rolled it real nice off her hand. It read the drive, but it didn't jump off the drive. That's the thing. I mean, you're used to seeing with the more power players. Two-handers or some of the guys who get a lot of tilt to it.
I'm glad you caught all that because I was kind of blocked out by the team, so I had to quick turn over to the screen and see what happened.
Let's go on ball.
Yeah, let's see what Eibel can do here. Coming off that miss.
Get up, get up.
Wow, that came a long
Now,
way.
she threw that one slow too, but further to the right. She got what I call the tickler. Many call it the crumbler.
Right.
But the tickler has a little different mystique to it.
Either one, we
Tickler.
know exactly what you're
It's
talking
the
about.
tickler.
Yeah.
The tickler from way downtown bag. Nice break.
Yeah, when the
So now, all right, they're at almost 1050. But now she's the only one with a strut with a double going in. The other 2 have spares after their long strings to stop.
That's Maddie Lathrop in for the fill ball. So they'll have a 149 in that game.
Rose behind you.
That's the shot she wanted to throw. If you notice, that ball was almost parallel left.
Yep.
I don't know. But the first shot, now her margin of error is right in between those two shots.
And I feel like with that slower ball speed, even if it rolls out a little bit, she might not pay the price for that because it's still keeping some energy.
Right, exactly, because it's and that and the rev rate.
Yeah.
The rev rate's not going to make the ball check up.
Eyeball 10.
I think we might be hearing the H word here from family here in a moment.
Carry.
Almost. Well,
Okay.
9 counts good.
Yeah.
Double a 9.
Always a good place to leave a corner pin on that fill
Yep.
ball, and she
Yep.
finishes with 228.
Still a shame about that that open in the 8th, that little hole right there.
Yeah,
That was
split
about,
sandwich.
That was about 30 pins worth right there. Man, I like that. I like that ball roll of Novak. It's just,
Go, Naples.
it just floats down the lane. It doesn't get into too much trouble. Uh-oh.
A lot of the times that they've crossed over or come a little light, little high, they're getting the breaks.
Well, the good thing is the ball speed and the rev rate. It's
Go, lefty.
it's allowing it to. Now, Coach Sean is talking to her about, hey, your ball checked up early. Don't be afraid to move left a little bit.
He's a little off screen to the right, but that's what they're chatting right now.
And especially on this particular lane service, this is Brunswick Pro Anvil lane, which a lot of centers have, with the hash marks further down the lane, so you can read break points. And when there's friction, it just can jump out in the middle of nowhere. Sort of like that deer that pops out of the fog at 3 in the morning.
Go, lefty.
Now let's see if she moves in a little bit. Yep, a little left. Yep. Okay.
Broke up the split, though.
Didn't go far enough left because that spot is huge. That spot might be 5 boards wide.
Sure.
So your move has got to be getting as much of that far enough to the right. You've got a little bit of head oil in the mid lane, so you can get the ball to skid through that and hit that big spot at the right distance down the lane. Now, that shot on 23, if she'd thrown that same ball on 23, she probably carries.
Right.
Or at worst, leaves a weak 10. But, again, with the ball speed and the revs and the way it slowed down rather gradually, she's able to pick up she left a 4-7. But the last pin that fell would have left her a split.
Right.
That's what tells you that the ball speed and the rev rate match up properly. Still a very good game. Very
Yeah.
good game.
So you get through the heart of this Valparaiso order, and you've got a 240, a 220, a 220.
And now we're looking at a
possibly a 250 here.
250.
Yeah. So 11:05, that's got to be, if not the highest game we've seen in the tournament, one of them for sure.
And depending on how the scoring system adds,
Yep.
I mean, it could be 40, 11, or even 1150.
Carry. Yeah.
Duty has that release where she starts on the left side of the ball, like Randy Peterson tells everybody on Fox, and turns it just a little bit behind it. She's not here going all the way over the top, and I'm sorry. I should do it in front of the microphone so everybody can see that. That's an old radio bit. Sorry, but
she's certainly going through it.
But yeah, she's
Yeah.
definitely getting through it. But
Yeah.
she's not turning it a whole lot. So when the ball does get to that friction, it's not an immediate, a sudden move.
Yeah.
More tilt means more movement that way. She's able to get the ball almost floated to that spot. So it reads a little gradually. Then she,
Come on, one more. Let's get this one.
and I would still move left, but let's see if she can throw another shot here. Really good shot. Nobody else I've seen in the last hour has been able to get that reaction in that part of the lane.
Right.
That banana shape. That's hard to do because you go from extreme oil to extreme dry, front to back, as the ball gets down the lane. Every other ball we've seen checks up and crosses over because they're turning it more. But she's just up the back with a little bit of turn, and I wouldn't be surprised if she dead flushes this or stones an 8.
Sure.
As
Either
the-
way, she's in the high 250s, and
Oh yeah,
this is a whale of a game.
she's got. So this will be for 11:45 on a strike. Maybe.
Got it.
The
Wow.
reason I said maybe was it was a little bit left. She moved in, played it smart, moved in because she knew she had room off to the right, but she needed a little more room to the left. So she just got around it just a little bit more. The ball read, but it still got through the mid lane and then made a little stronger finish on the back end. Boom.
So a 259 for Noelle Duty, 11:45.
Outstanding.
Yeah. Yeah, I certainly don't remember seeing a score that high in the games that I've seen on this
And-
pair, and I can't imagine there are many throughout the house.
And with a $188.
Mhm.
And if I'm Coach Sean, I'm talking to the lefty, going, you got to watch what's going on out there. You have to watch what your ball. You have to watch your ball, what it's doing, because when you tug it, there's that wall out there is not there to hold it back. You're going to have to move in a little bit, give it away in the heads, throw it a little bit to the left because the lane will bring it back. You have to trust the lane will bring it back. And usually all it takes is one shot throwing it that way to watch the ball come back. I mean, she has enough hand to get it back.
Yep.
And if the lane's going to do it for you, sometimes that's too much. As it is on the right side on 24.
Right.
So that's what you're. So am I getting bashed in the chat over here?
No,
Oh,
not
good.
at all.
Oh, good.
Not at all.
They're all being quiet.
So
So that's how a competitive bowler. And yes, I do have a regional title. I kind of know what I'm talking about here. And I've seen. Okay, I'll drop this one on you. I've seen pretty much all the greats in the last 30 years up close at least once. Walter, Pete, Liz Johnson. I've either bowled next to them or bowled league. I got the bowl league with Liz Johnson the year she won the sport bowling thing.
wow.
Another award she's won. She is scary good.
yeah.
I mean, she's the type where if she wanted to place the ball on the lane 1 foot past the foul line, 2 foot past the foul line, 3 foot past the foul line, on the fly, she could do it. Walter does that. That's why he was able to win, a bazillion titles.
Sure.
And come in second almost as many times. But anyway,
Yeah. So that,
11:45 with the $180 is outstanding. So I mean 40, 20, 20, 50. And if I'm looking at that $180, if that's me throwing that, I'm kicking myself from here to the field of dreams.
Yeah.
But okay, because first frame open, no big deal. But 6 miss, you gotta get at least one. You can't just you gotta be there. You gotta be aware.
so that's
Because then you just gave away those pins. So that
Right.
could have pushed that to 1150.
So that's the end of our 4th match here in our 5-team traditional game matches. We are waiting on a few other teams to finish up. Looks like to the right of us, Upper Iowa's finishing up their 10th frame. They'll be somewhere in the neighborhood of high 840s or 850.
It's going to be 850 on the head with a conversion of the Durbin. Those of you going back to the Denny Schreiner days on ESPN.
And that's what you're looking at off to the right on lane 27.
And for those of you scoring at home, that is the 36910, a very common spare leave that Mike Durbin, PBA and USBC Hall of Famer, used to leave a lot. And picked it up, 850. Okay.
So Randy wants to know if there is a link for standings. So there isn't right now. They've been showing them on a monitor up here close to where we're sitting. And I can pop them up here as long as we're kind of in a little holding pattern.
Or what they call vantage point.
Vantage
That's another media
Yeah.
catchword. That's a Dave Ryanism.
Okay.
From our vantage point.
From our vantage point. Let's see if I can pull those up now. So understand, though, that this is coming out of a game ago. But you've got Newman in the lead. And let's see if I can make this a little,
And how far was Valpo behind?
a little bigger.
Not much. Could not have been much.
Not a ton.
They might have. I wouldn't be surprised if they jump into the lead if they were close.
Valparaiso was in 4th.
How far behind?
I can't read. And my fear is that those of you who are watching can't either. So let me see if I can find my little cheat sheet here. It might be in your pile there. Here it is.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
All right. So Valparaiso, after match 3 here, was at 7,085. And that's a full almost 800 pins out of the lead.
Okay.
So
I'll tell you what.
Lewis was at 7,290. And depending how they did, I mean, yeah, they're 200 plus pins back after that game, but, you know, you chip away and then throw another big game, they could get there.
They made a nice jump.
Yeah, for
They made
sure.
a nice jump. Now, if they can find another pair, if the next pair they can jump on right away and just go and continue this momentum, then, you know, they can make a giant. They can get within shouting distance, and then that makes tomorrow that much more interesting.
Sure.
Especially the first couple of games, where if they can get within, say, 150 to 100, anybody's game.
Right. And they're best of 7 bracket matches. So
Yep.
it's, you know, and Valpo, you know, it's funny because Valpo was the team last year that really proved that anything could happen because they're in a championship match with Marion of Wisconsin. Marion had made huge leaps throughout the latter stages of the tournament. Marion took the lead on them, and Valpo clawed their way right back.
Yep.
It went 7 games, but Valpo had the momentum at the end, and they ended up taking the title.
So it looks like Valpo's moving over to 21 and 22 based on their Coach Washington moving their live stream.
Let's see. So Valpo will be on actually 17 and 18 if the schedule is correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Randy. Really glad to see that you're watching live here and have interest in the standings. Of course, once we get through the rest of the matches here on the other pairs, that will give our tournament staff a chance to add up the scores, tally everything up, and come out with an update.
Is that Elmhurst down there finishing up their 10th frame?
They are in gray. Let's
Yep.
see. But Illinois Wesleyan is also in gray. So, yes. Elmhurst is, I believe that's 17. So we'll take a little break here as the other teams get finished up, and once we're ready to get everybody going to our live stream pair for the last of our traditional game matches, we'll be right back with you. Stick around.
As we're going through our 3 minutes of move, we'll have standings coming up in a little bit as soon as they are tabulated. One of the odd perils of shooting a high game is obviously you're throwing a lot of strikes, but also you're bowling faster. The game ends up faster, so there's a little more time, but these players have gotten used to bowling a full team, traditional team game, and sitting or not sitting, hopefully not, standing around for a few minutes, waiting for the official move, because all the teams move at once. Which was not the case years ago, back when old people like me used to bowl college. As we're getting near the end of day number 2 of the 2023 Brunswick Cedar Valley Sports Peacock Classic, Cadillac XBC, Waterloo, Iowa. I'm Mark London, along with the Pfeff, Andrew Pfeffer.
Finally meeting in person for the first time.
Yes, indeed. You look just like you do on the internet.
As do you.
I don't know if I do, but of course maybe I had these glasses last time. I'm not sure.
Huh?
I didn't do my Brent Musburger Open. I'll save that for tomorrow. You are looking live.
Yeah.
Now that one I can steal, because he's now retired.
I usually do the Jim Nance. Hello, friends.
You know, I had a chance to intern with CBS Sports.
Oh, yeah?
Back then when he was starting, so I would have, theoretically, I could have worked with him.
Wow.
Teams, at this time, you may begin your final round of competition. Good luck, good bowling, and high scores.
Still waiting on the updated standings
Don't worry, they're coming. They're coming. Hang on.
as we get ready to see
You can.
Illinois Wesleyan, who is bowling unopposed because, again, odd number of teams in the in the event.
Ooh. There's somebody from my high school area. I believe, if that's correct.
The United Township?
The United Township High School, which is East Moline,
Oh, okay.
which is part of the Western Big Six.
Okay.
Which
That's
is
Kiera Henderson that we're talking about.
Right, and they're in the same conference as Galesburg.
Okay.
The one and only Galesburg Silver Streaks. Who, for those of you scoring at home, have only had one PB regional winner in school history. And he's sitting right next to you. Not that I know anything, but. We have a standing sheet floating around. And we'll get one here in just a moment.
Yep, looks like they've updated standings. So I'm gonna grab some screenshots here.
And of course, we have Championship Sunday tomorrow, starting sometime around. If you click on the YouTube link, we have a separate link set up for Sunday's action. We'll have the wrap-up of the tournament, plus the announcement of the all-tournament team, and the handing out of hardware. So now, Illinois Wesleyan will begin on 24. Kiera Henderson.
All right, so we've got new team standings, we've got new individual standings, a new leader on top of the individual standings to talk about. And since we're on our last game here, I can close down a lot of my many windows I've got open on this machine.
Let's see how Illinois Wesleyan handles this tricky pair. See how quickly they pick up that 24 is hooking a time zone more than 23. Did I say time zone? I meant 2 time zones. No. Let's start out with some of the individual standings. Oh. Didn't want it to be that layout. So Morgan Cooper from Newman has taken the lead on an individual basis, 893 after 4. So she must have had a pretty decent game in that fourth match. Probably 230.
At least, I would think. Yeah.
Okay.
So she's followed by Lori Decker of Elmhurst at 880, Kensley Morris of Newman at 865, Lilu Smith holding on to that fourth spot from Valparaiso at 842, despite that 188 that we just saw. And Erica Lohr from Lewis at 833. On the outside looking in right now, as far as the all-tournament team is concerned, Carolina Alvarado, the lefty from Quincy, at 811. So a 22-pin gap that she's going to have to overcome, plus whatever happens here in this game, to determine who makes it and who doesn't. Savannah Jordan follows her at +6, and then Briley Prokish at 798. Allie Eibel at 791, and Noelle Duty at 789. Let's see, as far as, again, this is going to be a toss-up. I'm going left thumbnail in hopes that that's the one that I wanted. It is. Thank goodness.
Yes.
Newman holding on to the lead, 8,815 pins with a 6-2 match play record. Upper Iowa hanging on with the 2 seed, 8,287 pins. So Newman has really widened that gap. And Valparaiso, as we were talking about, has jumped into third at 8230. Lewis had been in third for really most of the tournament. But the strange thing is Lewis is still undefeated in match play. So they're always defeating the team that they're against. They just have some ground to make up.
And they are on the pair to our camera right.
To our right.
27-28 bowling.
Yeah, crossing with Newman, our top seed. Past that is Quincy, Augustana, Elmhurst, Carroll, and Illinois Wesleyan, rounding out our 9-team field. And
you know, this is the game where I think Newman would want to put a little more pressure on themselves to get a bigger lead, to get a, you know, it's 5:20 now. Granted, that's comfortable, but you want to have some momentum going into Sunday.
yeah.
You want to put yourself in a good place mentally where you're not, you know, we had a bad game, but okay. We can come back from that.
So you're watching Illinois Wesleyan right now, and Olivia Cady, who was a little less than pleased at leaving that 6-7. you were talking earlier about these matches where the team has the bye, and it's the momentum is, or the tempo is a little different. You kind of have to account for that because you're not keeping pace with another team, and like you said, you can kind of drive yourself out of rhythm
if you're bowled too quickly.
Yeah, just because
even though
of
you're striking, and especially if it's faster than your regular pace. If you were bowling with somebody, that's what you don't want to do.
Sure. Shea Atkins, who started out her final game with a strike, ends up the light hit, leaves a 4-pin.
I think her style is going to work very well on 24. Granted, her first ball was not ideal. May have been just more like a test shot, but she may have to move in a little bit.
Yeah.
And sometimes, and I realize too that some people who throw it straighter, having them start the ball out to the right and bringing it back is outside their comfort zone. Sure. So that, as a coach, is something else that you have to look at as well. What a player can and cannot do versus wants or doesn't want to do. You have to make a distinguishing difference on that.
Kiera Henderson
Another
crossing over, leaving a 5-pin.
Crossing over shot. And also a lot of players, because of house conditions, are used to looking at second arrow, and if you get a little bit left of that, it might as well be outside. You
Sure.
might as well be bowling in the parking lot. So that's part of what these players go through in practice, is getting used to playing different parts of the lane, because when you get into this stage of the tournament, second arrow might be out of bounds, might be absolutely unplayable for anything.
Yeah.
It doesn't, and the mentality nowadays is, well, I'll just change balls.
Right.
Well, guess what? There is not a 4,000 hardness ball that's going to get down the lane. If it is, it's going to go through the back end of the machine.
Sure.
And not read the lane at all.
Yep.
Not a bad shot by Macy. Mazurek. Junior from Chicago.
So
Now
Haley,
this is the bowler I want to see, Haley.
Haley Rootberg.
I want to see Haley because of where she's from, Vernon Hills. You know who else is from Vernon Hills? A well-known gold level coach who used to own a bowling center in Vernon Hills before he sold it to Brunswick 15 years ago.
Is that Bill Spigner?
Bingo. Because both the boys and girls program at Vernon Hills High School, they know what they're doing. And Bill's only the assistant coach, or has been. I'm not sure if he still is.
Okay.
But you should be able to learn something from him. And Bill is the type of guy who's going to explain and keep it simple. You know, he's not going to put you way out of your comfort zone, make you do something you're not ready to do. So, and all the bowlers that come out of there, pretty good. They've had, I think, 3 or 4 state champions, and they qualify for state just about every year. So,
And we're glad to see Yael still watching us live with the heart emoji. And I think he still is, boys. Yeah, you don't have to be from Illinois to recognize the magnitude of that name in bowling.
well, he and Tom Carter gave me a couple of the biggest tips of my career. I was kind of top 30 in regional play for years and years and years. And Bill spotted something in my arm swing. I would bump out at the top of the swing, so he said, hold the ball a lot further to the right. This was before the start of the 2010 season. All of a sudden, I went from like 28th to like 8th.
Wow. Just that little thing.
I had the career year of my life at age 47.
Wow.
So I should have been Chicago Bowler of the Year, but first, second, third in regionals, and top 10 in nationals team. But who cares?
Right. Shea Atkins. It's a high flush 9-pin.
I wonder if Shea has been able. Now that's her second shot over there. I wonder if she's noticed that 24 is hooking a little bit more now. Granted, we can sit up here because we've watched now the third game on this
Right.
pair, where I've watched the third game. You've seen a few more. The 24 is hooking, and I tongue-in-cheek, a time zone more than 23. Now, because I say that because if she had thrown that same ball on 23, she probably strikes. But again, you have to pick this up in the first 4 frames. You've got, this is what the real visually alert players do, is they take their first 2 frames on each lane, figure out what the lane's doing, and then jump in and make their adjustment and then go.
Yeah.
Because pair to pair can be different based on if somebody warmed up here in the morning with 80 grit ball or something that was plastic.
A nice shot from Kira.
Very nice shot from Kira, keeping it in play. Now that same ball on 24 checked up early and went through the face. Or what it did, what it's going to do now for the rest of the day is cross over because there's so much friction on 10. Now let's see what Macy has for her second trip up on 23. All right. No split. Something you can pick up.
Yeah, it gets tough when there's, like you said, when there's that much more friction now after 4.5, 5 games, and you tug it a little to the left. If you haven't moved in, that can really magnify the impact of where the ball ends up. Got right on the second ball, though, makes the spare without a problem. She's got 58 through 3 with that spare in the 4th. And that brings up Haley Rootberg. So after putting it in the right
Very
ditch
nice.
on the
Very
first
nice.
ball, yeah, she made the correction
Yep.
and packed the pocket
Yep.
on the spare.
Doesn't seem too phased right now, but inside, I'm sure it's, part of, the ego gets bruised a little bit.
Yeah.
But then at this point, I can see.
And she's got a fan.
That's right. Hey, there you go.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah.
Thanks for paying attention.
No, we surely appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Glad to provide the coverage. I believe that Illinois Wesleyan is one of the teams that is not streaming their performance right now, so it's good to be able to bring that to you and the rest. As we watch Olivia Cady try to take down this spare combination.
That's it. That's it.
Does it without a problem.
Now, if I'm guessing Shea Atkins may be sort of a captain type figure, being the senior.
She's been pretty entrenched in the anchor role both this year and last year.
Okay, all right. So they're looking to her for leadership and also information. How do I do that? And also, as captain, you're playing part-time psychologist too to help people with, the game. Look out. That. How to handle this situation, or how to handle that situation. Did you see something I did with my form? Some teams can do that.
Yep.
Some don't want to, even bother with that.
Sure.
Now, a team I was on, that's all we did.
Right.
I mean, even at Nationals, especially the year where, in 07 when we were at the stadium in Reno, the team, our two teams, Bowlers Universe 1 and 2, or 1 and 4, were actually 4th and 9th after our squad. And we lit the place up like a Christmas tree. We know why they put us on by the catwalk at the stadium, because there was the stands nearby. Because, like the famous quote about Reggie Jackson, comparing his lifetime stats to Lee May, they were almost identical, but Reggie put the asses in the seats. and we would count. I would turn around and count how many people not only were there, but that we knew.
Yeah.
And it was at least 20.
It makes a difference.
And we'd wave.
Yeah. Makes a difference as Henderson crosses over and kicks out the 5, 6, and 10.
Hey, that's a sign of a loose arm swing.
Huh?
If you can carry the Dick Weber type wall shot strike. Yeah. Google it. It's on YouTube.
So the way we're laid out here, we've got Upper Iowa to our left and Newman to our right. And you almost get the sense that it's kind of turned into a contest of who can cheer the loudest.
Yeah, it's the last... this is the last game of the day?
This is it, yep.
Okay, we're done after this. So, they're unwinding.
Yep.
They're decompressing, and sometimes when you decompress,
Yeah.
It's a healthy decompression.
Certainly nothing wrong with that, because when you've got the momentum, big things can happen, as we saw with Valparaiso last game.
Mm. And those of you familiar with Lewis University, because I lived down there for a little while, in my former life,
Okay.
at the home of the House of Fun at SNS2 in Lockport, they have, their school, their mascot is the Flyers. Their name are the Flyers.
Yeah.
And they had a rather large, I think it was, I can't remember what size jet aircraft or passenger-size aircraft they had on campus.
Oh.
It's there. It's decommissioned.
Okay.
I don't know if it's still there, but it was back in the day. It was 10 years ago.
Interesting. All right.
Quite the aviation program there.
Okay.
I'm surprised somebody will correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. First time ever, that never happens. Going for the 5-pin. Maybe we'll have time. Well, I don't know if we'll have time tomorrow for my Tom Clark story.
You can indulge us now if you want.
You sure?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Jump on in.
So, let me hit our imaginary cough button. my Larry Lujak cough button. So anyway, we're in between games. Players are transitioning. Now at the Lucy, they use international rules for a doubles tournament. Teams on the odd lane transition to the left. Teams on the even lane transition to the right for each game.
Okay.
So we're in a time where people are transitioning. It's about I'd say 90 seconds worth.
Okay.
So I'm going back to if you listen to a Major League Baseball game or almost any baseball game, people are coming in from out of town. They'll drop a note to the booth saying, hey, and the announcer will say, hey, welcome to so-and-so from, Smithville visiting us today, visiting the family. Wants to say hello to his family in Gotham City.
Right.
Something like that. So I did that.
Okay.
With and Brady Stearns knows this story. He knows exactly this story.
Okay.
His late dad, Bob Stearns, was probably the best bowler out of St. Cloud for many, many years.
Scott Stearns was a great player, too.
Yes. The late Scott Stearns,
Yeah.
too. Yeah. Rest his soul as well. So I thought, and I knew Bob had been, that was a strike on 23, by the way, just to add commentary.
Okay.
Anyway, back to my story. And Bob had been one of the original subscribers to PBA Strike Pass.
Oh, okay.
The very first streaming service. And I wanted to thank him for his long-term, because I knew he was watching. Brady texted me he was watching at that time. So I said, let me know, and I'll say hi to your dad.
Yeah.
So I did. I said, I'd like to welcome a long-time, one of the original subscribers to PBA Strike Pass, Bob Stearns out of St. Cloud, Minnesota, who mentored a lot of us up, built Southway Bowl. That's still there.
I know it well.
24-lane center. Home of a association record at the time, 826 series, 1,000 years ago. You're welcome.
Okay.
And so just like baseball announcers do. Harry Carey used to do and Bob Euchre, they all do it. So about 10 minutes later, Tom Clark comes by. And he said, what was that about? I said, Euchre does it. Harry Carey does it. Why don't we thank our regular? And I have the mic on.
Oh, no.
He said, I have, I didn't care.
Right.
I said, I was doing it because I know it's good PR.
Yeah.
I said, why don't we do that for other long-time listeners and viewers,
Yeah.
subscribers? Thank them on the air
Yeah.
for, so what?
People get a kick out of
It
that.
takes 30 seconds. We're not missing any action. There's no balls being thrown. Why not? Oh, okay.
Just like that.
It's like, that's it. It's like, Tom, you're a media guy. You know, but you're a print guy. It's okay. You see, back before the two became merged, there was a rivalry at St. Cloud State 40 years ago between the newspaper people and the television people. They thought of us as the subject of the Don Henley video Dirty Laundry, and we thought of the newspaper people as bring a microphone nearby or a camera nearby and it's kryptonite. They didn't like us because we were television people. We were, plastic and all that, and we thought they were too snobby. Although they won all the awards.
Yeah.
But now, 40 years later, guess who's winning the awards? UTVS. They have. We've got people working all over the industry, winning Emmys, and even somebody I went to school with, somebody who used to work in Cedar Rapids, won a Peabody.
Wow.
You know what a Peabody is, but our people may not know. It'd be like an Oscar times to the 10th power.
Right.
In television, in media work, Peabody is
It's like the ultimate.
the it.
Yeah.
That's it. You can't get better than a Peabody. So Sandy Reesgraff, I know she's not listening, but she did a expose on something for KGAN in Cedar Rapids.
Yep.
And this is 30 years ago, and she bagged a Peabody.
Wow.
She's the only one. Only one from St. Cloud State.
Incredible.
Yeah, us talking heads, we don't know anything, do we?
Right.
Sorry. Wait till they get a load of me. And don't get me started on that live stream service that rhymes with snow throwing. Don't get me started with them. My last column ever will probably be a very nasty expose.
I hope nobody's offended when I say that I wasn't a subscriber to snow flowing.
Snow throwing,
Snow
yes.
throwing.
Snow blowing, snow
Suppose
throwing.
that makes it a little more vague. like that much.
I don't know what you mean,
Yeah.
FF. I
See?
have no idea what you
Yeah.
mean.
That was the whole point. But
I'm not going to even hashtag it. I'm not going to tease it anymore.
okay, fair enough. Fair enough. All right, so finishing out the sixth frame here
Yes,
with
we should go back
Shea
to the action at
Atkins.
hand. Push. Come on.
Left 4 pin, but
Boy, that was.
yeah.
If she turns it just a little bit later, and that probably strikes. But that wrist device may have caused her to turn early.
Okay.
But that's what those things do with the extended index finger.
Yeah.
But I like the idea. I like the game. Just
If you
it's hard to sometimes focus when you're bowling alone too.
yeah.
But then you get the extremes too, where if you can either shoot a lot. It's like bowling when you're sick.
It can either be really
You're
good.
either going
or-
to shoot 750 or 450.
Yep.
It's either or.
A moment ago, if you saw that pinfall on lane 27 off to the side, that was Kensley Morris hitting the first 6. So
now we can officially say, because Chris Schenkel finally did it years ago, they stopped talking about the 10 grand award until after they got 6 because it was the old announcer jinx.
Oh, okay.
Halfway to that 10 grand from ABC.
I just call it as I see it. I mean, it's 6 in a row.
But Keith Jackson, he mentioned it.
Yeah. Okay.
If you go back and watch that Johnny Gunther 300, it was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, Nelly, let me tell you about Bo Jackson.
And it's a lot different, a lot different back then.
Oh, geez,
having the
yeah.
first 6 than now. Now it happens a lot more. So.
Yeah. Oh, but I gotta tell you, another story. Sorry,
Yeah.
Rain Delay Theater. Sorry. I was fortunate enough to I interviewed Jack Biondolillo, the Jack Biondolillo, on the 50th anniversary of he bowled the first 300 game on live national television.
Right.
Back in '67, and I stayed in touch with him until his passing a year and a half ago. So the last time I spoke with him was, I think, in July of 21. And it was the day Chris Vi shot his second 300 of the year.
Okay.
And I said, Jack, can you imagine that we've progressed to this time, that's now a possibility?
Right.
That the same person can do twice not only twice, but twice in the same year. And he said, it was kind of going that way, but I didn't want to admit it, but,
Yeah.
But I don't know who had more fun doing the interview I did with him, me or him. I showed him a tablet. I said, watch I had Irish Progi,
Oh, yeah.
John McLaughlin out of New York, download the only known copy at the time of the Third Frame On. That
Okay.
they aired during the time of the bomb scare telecast of 91. I said, Jack, watch this. I have a tape recorder. Just talk.
Yeah.
He has no problem talking, by the way.
Yeah.
He has no problem. I said, just talk. Talk me through it. And he did. He gave me some great stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. It was just unbelievable. It just talk about something that really should not have happened.
Yeah.
But it did.
Mhm.
And he could have won the tournament.
Sure.
He could have, except for a cold glass of water that Bud Wilkinson, famed Oklahoma football coach, tried to swat away from him. But the cold water that Jack chugged killed the momentum during the semifinal.
Okay.
And he lost that game.
Yeah.
So then it was Don Johnson that bowled against Jim Stefanich in a match that has never aired on television since.
Wow.
I would love to see the whole show.
I was going to say, what a great championship match.
And that went to the 9th and 10th frame roll-off. That was the first major that did that. The only major that I know that did that.
Wow.
And we haven't seen it.
Yeah. So, again, the first 6 for Kensley Morris off to our right. Right now it's Morgan Cooper who's up over there. She's the individual leader going into this game. Morris is right behind her in third coming into this game. So Cooper has 122 in the 6th and will be shooting at that 3.6 that is probably blocked out by my graphic there.
Based on her reaction, the ball took off. The ball jumped a little bit unexpectedly. She wasn't expecting it to do it. She may have made a move further left.
Yeah.
And the ball jumped anyway. But that might be a characteristic of the pairs in this part of the house where the right lane hooks their transitions faster, which is common. The right lanes in some houses do.
Yeah.
And
So she's got the spare.
But also nice, too, when you have a string like that. If your two teams are battling, you're focused more on the game.
Yeah.
Trying to beat the other team. There's no points in that, but you still want to bowl better than them.
Sure. She went up high and left a 4-9, so
Yeah,
maybe the whole jinx thing is
they're
not a
gonna
lie.
blame me. They're going to blame. I'm a jinx now. I keep jinxing myself. I haven't shot 300 in 7 years now. Working on it. Work in progress.
But, yeah, over here on our pair, Shea Atkins up in the 7th.
Let's see if Shea moves left a little bit.
What? I'm sorry?
Let's see if Shea moves left a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Threw it
light.
into the dirt.
Yeah.
Threw it outside. Threw it in that area that's worn down from lane oil, and it just didn't recover.
Yeah.
But if she catches it with her fingers, the ball comes back.
Yep.
So she's going to have to. I'm not sure if she's aware. I hope she's aware of that.
Right.
That sometimes that works if you just kind of dump it out into the dry, let the lane hook it in,
Sure.
rather than the bowler hook it in. But the danger is if you do both, then it's going to go left.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if she had used that spare release on the first ball, she might have struck.
Yep.
A nice little wall shot. But those are the things that come with experience and time. You have to, as I told today's high school kids, you have to use your brain as a database to store as your E drive and store all this stuff so you can go back and use it so you can make informed decisions. Great shot by Kira. Nice shot there.
Yeah, she's got a nice game going,
So-
131 through 7 with a strike up in the 8th.
Little end over end roll, just a pinch of tilt, and the ball, it finished. I know the one thing that drives me nuts is nowadays knowing about the science and the science of the game,
Yeah.
the science behind it. When you talk to somebody who shot a score, I didn't move all night. Going, you are so full of it. Shut up. Shut the front door. I don't think so. The physics can prove me right.
What are you talking about, Mark? I
No.
never move.
Talk about the bowlers.
I know you guys are talking and everything, but I was wondering.
Well, we're live, but that's okay. Come on over.
yeah, we're
What?
wondering if you guys wanted to enter
We're
our
being
ball
interrupted
raffle.
here. It's all right. Oh, 50-50?
No, it's
Bowling
a
ball.
raffle.
Bowling ball.
For what ball?
It's one of the 7 brands in Brunswick.
I'm
Wah, wah, wah.
I'm in.
I thought we would ask.
No, I'll get in. Yep.
I'll tell you what. I'll buy one. I'll give it to him,
There you go.
or I'll give it back to the team. How's that?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Would you like?
Since I've known the coach a couple years.
I'll take one.
You take one.
We're being ambushed here on the air, but that's
I
cool.
know.
It's for a good cause.
That's
There.
a shrewd move, you know. Hit up the guys who are live streaming.
Supporting the industry.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I'll explain what we're doing here,
You
folks.
betcha.
We're getting in the ball raffle for Upper Iowa. Hey, they're a sponsor. Brunswick's a sponsor. Why not?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Sorry, I used an old people's word there. Oh, should I put my work email? It's fancier.
Yeah.
It's one I gave to Major League Baseball when I applied for the Dyersville Field of Dreams game tickets
Yeah.
and press pass that I'm still trying to get. They won't give me. I'm the only one I'm the only guy in Dubuque that can't get a press pass to the Field of Dreams game. Gee, imagine that.
The one I'm going with is bowlingwiththefef@yahoo.com.
Well, let's see here. I'll
And,
just
and
go
you can
with-
feel free to email me at that address anytime if you're interested in coming on the show.
Otherwise, I'll be on again.
Mark did it once, and he's still here.
Well, we talked about my bowling. We haven't talked about my media career yet. We got to have Charlie Tapp on for that.
Yeah.
He was the first guy I talked to,
Oh, that's right. I remember you mentioning that.
and he signed an autograph for me. It was really cool.
Yeah.
He was they were bowling a fundraiser with Joe Hutchinson. I should have, if I talked to either one of them, I probably could have spent 6 hours talking to those two
yeah.
guys because they are so shy. No, they're not at all. Anyway, so Tapp signs the autograph because he was from South St. Paul. at
St.
the
Paul.
time. And I was going to I was finishing up my time at St. Cloud State. So I told him I was on the varsity team. We all watched him when we bowled back when there were conferences
Yep.
that bowled teams. You had teams that bowled against each other, just 2 teams in the student union. And come on. And so he signed it. Thanks for watching. And by the way, stay out of my hair. Because he thought we were stalking him.
Oh, sure.
Peter Griffin on Facebook, in case you missed that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we were signing up for. Oh, thanks, appreciate it. Thanks, guys. That was bracket money I just gave up. So
let that be a lesson to
Free
you if you're doing a live stream, or I should say if you're running a raffle, and you got people in the middle of a live stream, hit them up for ticket money because
boom.
Yeah. What am I going to do? Say no, go away?
I think they should have worked. That's almost like if they make a true remake of Caddyshack. That's a scene that should be filmed if you want to ambush. Hey, Smales, double it enough, he makes it 80 grand.
Oh, yep. I tried to steal his pen. He didn't go for
it. Lucky it wasn't my pen.
Right. So Henderson hits the double in the ninth frame there for Wesleyan.
I've got the fancy pens.
Ooh.
You know, a box of these costs 200. 100 of these cost $200.
Oh wow.
But you got to buy 100.
Oh, I don't like that.
But they're great pens. Oh my God. Behind the scenes, Inside Joke coming on post telecast on, sort of like the After Jeopardy.
Right.
Oh, somebody left a 5-pin over there on Upper Iowa. She got it. And for those of you non-league bowlers, what just happened was one of the Upper Iowa bowlers left a 5-pin by itself. And if you're bowling league and you leave a 5-pin, everybody raises their hand.
Yep.
It's happened a couple times on some PBA telecasts where everybody in the stands will raise their hand, including Mr. Skinny Jeans himself. I don't know if Randy does it. He might. I don't know. But you have to pick it up. If you miss the 5-pin, you have to buy everybody who's raised their hand a drink.
Right.
Usually a tasty adult beverage.
Mm-hmm.
Which can be, in some leagues, rather costly.
Mm-hmm.
But it's usually people on that pair. It's sort of a cute thing that's happened now. Sort of like using the H word after a 4-bagger. Something that's become a thing in the last 10 years.
Right.
It used to be a green M&M. It used to.
M&M.
It's something I don't think I can explain here on a live stream because I follow old school rules about what you can say into a microphone.
All I know is they're always hot.
Well, yeah, the green M&Ms signifies something else.
Right.
Olivia's not having a good time, especially on this lane. I hope she picks it up. I wanted to pick it up.
Yeah.
I would love to see her pick it up. Should I scream it? No. No, I'm not going to scream. Pick it up. Come on, pick it up. Too late. Come on, pick it up. Pick it up. I want you to pick it up. We got 30 people watching this. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the interactive part of our tournament.
That's right. Hey, I shot 299 on a USBC live stream.
Yep.
That everybody remembers. Anyway, I went up in the booth twice during that 3.5 hours to talk to Matt and Aaron's Excellent Adventure in the booth live. I don't see LeBron doing that. Ugh.
And LeBron, if you happen to catch this and you want to talk about your experience in the PBA Celebrity event, come on Bowling with the Fef.
Notice he hasn't been on lately.
No.
But you know the cool thing?
Yeah.
Another story?
Yeah.
I covered the one with the Chris Paul event in Houston after the hurricane, after the Astros allegedly won the World Series the first time.
Right.
They did. They won.
Yeah.
One of the higher-ups from Brunswick was there. And James Harden went up to him and asked if he can have a pair of lanes installed in his house.
Oh, wow.
Not a cheap adventure.
No. Did it happen?
Yeah, as far as I know, it did.
Okay. Cool.
But, of course, the bearded one was on the cover of the Bowler's Journal.
Yeah. James, if you ever want to talk about it, come on Bowling with the Fef.
Gave me my Bowler's Journal cover story.
Yeah.
Those. God, I think I had like 4 or 5 big stories in that year, 2017,
Huh?
including the pictures of what Harvey did to the area,
Oh.
Hurricane Harvey.
Yeah.
Having never lived through a hurricane before, I thought they were. Oh, it's like a blizzard. Huh. Right.
I think I'll take a blizzard over a
Not
hurricane.
quite. Not quite. Because there are things swimming
Yeah.
in water.
So I'll tell you, I'm noticing, and I have noticed for like the last game and a half, there's like a little kind of like
A pop?
like a glitch on
Oh,
our screen. And I'm hoping that can't be seen online. So maybe you can tell me if you're in the chat. I don't know what I do at this point, but
Right. But also, pick it up, atta girl. So what also happens is we find out how good the bandwidth is in all these centers.
sure.
Now, there's a reason why something like this would never happen at National Bowling Stadium in Reno, because they have stupid wide bandwidth. They
Yeah.
have crazy wide bandwidth.
But not all centers do.
Right.
This one
right.
is very good by comparison.
Okay, good, good. Okay, good. Now,
Yeah.
some of the PBA 50 places did not.
Sure.
So, and I know that covering the Sam Houston State Cat Clash, the bandwidth at Emerald Bowl in Houston was widened because there were so many other teams streaming their own. They have like 22 teams. They had probably 17 of them streaming their own, plus Sam Houston doing it through their student media organization.
Wow.
So there was a
Takes a
lot
lot.
of bandwidth being used there.
Yeah. No, I can say with the utmost confidence that, oh, yeah, and Yael says yes.
But
it is there. So
it is there, okay,
My
all right.
apologies for that. I guarantee it's not the signal here, but rather probably, my equipment somehow failing me,
Or-
which wouldn't be the
Hopefully somebody didn't kick something.
yeah. No, I can tell you that it's that the internet here is rock solid because Mike Flanagan has done events here for Inside Bowling.
Oh, there you go.
And they're not bringing the PWBA here
The Pulse.
without
Yeah.
rock solid internet. So I'll take the blame for that.
Jason Thomas and crew being here in August.
Yeah.
Now, I think what Olivia Caffey is
Olivia Katie?
Katie is spitzing over is she's going for the Tom Doherty. She's trying to break the Tom Doherty score. And if you don't know what that is, Google it. Sorry, these are vague references, but
I really appreciate you
bowler-
incorporating spitzing.
if you're a bowler, it's funny. I learned that one from some guys who call themselves Team Mensch.
Okay.
So
Makes sense. Yeah.
So anyway, they're very
Yeah.
funny people.
Yep.
Enjoyed bowling with them a lot. But what Olivia is trying to avoid is shooting a double-digit game.
Right.
She's trying to break triple digits,
Right.
which is what Tom Doherty did when Mika Koivu-Niemi was shooting for 300, going for a 300 at the TFC back in 2011. And, well, let's see. Upper Eye was making some noise off to our left. Camera left. And to our right, Newman University is going for another 1,000 game. They're at the current, both third bowlers in the 10th frame, they're almost 100 pins ahead. 9-11 to 8-16, so that lead's going to get a little wider. But in front of us, Healy Rootberg is going for a 166 game.
I'm trying to do a little on the fly.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sure, go ahead. And those of you also not from the area, the center has also seen PBA regional action over the years. And hopefully, if you have a chance, the third week of August, the PWBA will be in town with their last 3 events of the 2023 season, which you'll see the best women bowlers on the planet participating.
All right. Once Olivia's done here, I'm going to try and switch the. Let's see if I can get this to work. Nope. I don't think that did it.
Oh, nuts.
So maybe it's on the other end. I'm going to get to the bottom of it.
Okay, sure. So if you can hear me, Upper Iowa is trying to get a little rally started in their 9th frame as they finish up.
Well, that seems pretty tight over there, too. I don't know if that made a difference, but no, not really.
As Newman and Lewis University wrap up their match. Still about 100 pins difference. Newman with the lead. Illinois Wesleyan's going to finish with a 730, possibly 9 score to finish their Saturday. Shea Atkins looking at the 1-2.
Yep. So yeah, I'm not sure what's causing the issue there, but
And there's a spare.
since the connection on this side seems okay and the connection to the router seems okay, I'm going to guess it's the cord.
Okay. Reasonable.
It's not the newest cord in the world. It was gifted to me about a year ago.
Uh-oh.
I have a spare.
Oh, okay.
What I'm missing is the time to get it all set up.
Ah. Gifted. Gifted to you? That sounds almost, maybe there was a secret crimp put in there somewhere? Or a,
well, last year. And yesterday. And all of today.
This tape will
Until
self-destruct
just
in
now.
5 seconds?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, duck and cover.
And it looks like Newman is going to have possible 10-16. 10-16 to wrap up their tournament Saturday. Maximum for Lewis will be 890. 8. Yeah. 888. $243 for a 10-14.
Yeah. So Kensley Morris is really making a charge for that all-tournament MVP spot. Again, it depends on what some of the others do. But we know her teammates shot 210, and they were, I believe, first and third. Yep.
I'm guessing she's won one of those before. Just a hunch.
Just a hunch, yep.
Just a hunch.
In between them is Lori Decker, who is off to our far right. And looks like maybe just finishing up.
And off to our left, the Quincy and Upper Iowa game. They've just started their 10th frame, so it's going to be another about 10 minutes or so.
Now I'm thinking it's not the internet because you can see it's just in that image. So maybe it's the connection to my
camera? Nope, still doing it.
I do not have a spare camera.
Ah.
But anyway. Well, what we can do is throw a little be right back up there.
There we go. Okay.
We're going to stay here. I mean, we're not.
Audio still on?
Audio's still
Okay.
on. Yeah, we're not going anywhere. We're just.
I won't. Okay,
We're just going to try and switch over here.
Yeah, nice game over there. You guys are crushing it.
And now we can take this time to.
Oh, there we are. Don't worry, I can get up and move when it's time to do our interviews.
No, I think that'll be better. And then we go like this, and see, that's what I was afraid of, right there. I picked the wrong one. So one out of two ain't bad. Let's see if we can. There we go. Boom. That's better.
No, that was not the Meatloaf song.
Okay, so off to our left, or behind the camera, if you're watching here, we've got Valpo on 17 and 18, Valparaiso, and they are crossing with Carroll. They're finishing up their game, and then a little closer to us on 19 and 20 is Upper Iowa and Quincy. And Newman has finished, as you can see behind us,
with a stellar 10-14.
Yeah. I wonder if coach is around. Maybe we can bring him over real quick.
Okay.
We'll see. Yeah, it'll be a little bit before we end up with our updated stats, but maybe we can hunt down Billy Murphy. And what I'm doing right now is trying to pull up a little overlay thing. They can still see us. Just in case you were wondering.
Ouch. And in case you're wondering, there was a light hit on lane 20. The 4-pin was moved on its base, and now is officially out of range.
You got a second? All right. I tell you what. Why don't you sit here? I'll kind of snake around right behind you. Oh no, stay there, Mark. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, have a seat right there. We're still going here. So. And then what I'll do is, instead of you being Andrew Pfeffer, I'll throw that thing that says Billy Murphy. So
We'll take this off just so we get a logo in there.
oh yeah,
You know, always branding.
for sure. No, congratulations on the team's performance today. We didn't see that last game, at least we didn't see that. So tell us what we missed.
I mean, honestly, it was a lot of the same all day. I mean, like the girls bowled so good. We got off to a bad start yesterday, and we went to dinner last night and just talked about things. We just didn't really come out with any emotion, and we were kind of just going through the motions, lose a couple matches, and I think that just made them mad more than anything. And they came out today, and it was a more determined effort today. We got off to a good start the last game and just kind of kept it rolling, just a lot of clean frames, and we were somewhere between 970 and 1050 all day, so that's a good day of bowling.
Yeah. Tell me about, there are other teams, highly ranked teams like yourself that are heading off for places like Alabama and New Jersey, yet you guys decided to come here. How come?
Well, this is our first year on the NCAA side, and we were trying to strike a balance in the tournaments. We bowled 4 tournaments that kind of had the bigger ranked teams in them, but we also wanted to support the conference, the GLVC conference, that we're fortunate enough that they let us be an associate member in. So we wanted to support those tournaments, and this is one of those tournaments. We're bowling this one, the Valpo tournament, the Lewis tournament, and we just wanted to support the conference. And so it was just one of our goals this year to just find that balance between supporting the conference but also bowling some of the nationally ranked bigger tournaments as well.
Your anchor player, Kensley Morris, had a huge game to finish there, and you got 2 teammates, 2 out of the top 3 in individual standings. Tell me about that dynamic, what they did so well during the whole tournament.
Yeah, it's been, they really bowled good today. We were pretty determined that we were going to stay to the right as long as we could today. Probably my fault yesterday. We got them a little too far left, and our ball reaction was okay, but we just really felt like if we surfaced up some balls a little differently and stayed there as long as we could today and kept them online, we would have good results. And those 2 they bowled phenomenal today.
Mark, you got anything you want to
No, you
add?
mentioned about changing surfaces, going to something with a little more surface. At what point do you change to something a little less aggressive and still the scores that your gals had all day were absolutely outstanding? How do you manage that along with a bowler who might want to keep using the same ball all day?
Yeah, well, we kind of came in with a game plan. At dinner last night, we felt like we stayed in the bigger balls a little bit too long yesterday. So when we came in this morning, we took their 3 weaker balls and hit them with different surfaces. So when their ball stopped carrying, we could just ball down, but we weren't going to shiny balls. Because yesterday when we threw the shiny balls, it would just miss the spot, come in late, and we were just splitting a lot. And we just wanted to control the mid lane a little better today, so we did that with the surface, but with weaker balls, so they would still clear the fronts pretty smoothly, but still read that middle and have controllable motion on the back end.
Did you notice that, at least on our live stream pair, 23 and 24, 24 seemed the tube opened up on 24 on the right side much faster than 23. Did the other pairs on the tournament pairs do that, or was it just this pair?
Honestly, that pair I thought was really easy compared to the rest of the pairs. And we practiced on that pair this morning before we bowled. But I mean, when we got to it, the second game, there was more bounce there, so we kind of just moved a little left and went after it. But every pair was not like that pair.
Okay.
Yeah, our last pair, the right lane guy was like 3 or 4 tighter. The left lane was really easy. The right lane just had a lot of hang to it. But it kind of, it goes back to these type of tournaments when you have different people breaking those lanes down in that first 12 minutes in the morning, and then who comes to them next and how their strategy is. I mean, the pair's relatively the same, but where you had to roll them and get it to come off the spot, that's where the differences were. It
seemed like with your girls, the ball tended to be rather rolly. It looked rolly. It was very smooth, and it went through the pins nicely. So obviously the surface prep and your strategy was good. What are you looking to do for tomorrow? About the same thing?
Yeah, we might back off the surface just a little bit. Instead of hitting them with 1,000, we might get 1,500 or 2,000, just because generally in these tournaments, the fronts just hook more. Every day we go, the fronts just hook more. And some of that is determined on how much open play is going to be in here tonight. But we might back down on the surface just a little bit, but still doing the same prep where we've got 3 balls that we know we're going to use for each of them and have them different surfaces and just kind of go from there.
How much fun is it to stand there and watch? You have your, like on this pair, 23-24, you had your bottom 3 bowlers have 4 or 5 strings of strikes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun. I mean, just the coaching in general. This is my 20th year of doing this, first on the NCAA side, but just watching young people be successful and, a lot of times when they're striking like that, I'm just clapping and giving high fives, and it's just fun to be around it and watch them be successful. When you're bowling good, it's, a lot easier to do that, but I always consider myself pretty fortunate to have this gig because I get to be around young people and I get to pass the knowledge from my past on to them. So, but when they're striking, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, go ahead. How about, you talked about surface prep for tomorrow. How about mental focus? I mean, what do you tell them as far as, going off a great performance where you're likely in the lead going into this bracket play to finishing the job on Championship Sunday?
Yeah, it's interesting, the format for the NCAA, because it is 2 distinctly different formats, going to the best of 4 out of 7 tomorrow. But I think they're kind of used to it now, and just mentally, the first tournament we bowled, we got off to a terrible start. We didn't really know what was going on. But I think they learned from that, and every tournament we've been getting a little bit better. But just like today, we walked in with a totally different mentality in our shot making and our intensity. And, we're going to have a conversation at dinner while we're watching the Chiefs game, but I think it's going to be the same, along those same lines. Like, we got to be ready to go from the get-go. We can't wait to see what happens. We got to kind of dictate the action, be in the right part of the lane, and just good shot making, and be real intentional about what we're trying to do when we get here.
We have no connection to Jacksonville on this show, so, take that for what it's worth.
Yeah.
But, last thing I got for you, because I'm sure you want to get going with your ladies there, is, you saw your athletic account call you the GOAT. What's your response?
Oh, I did not see that.
That's what I was pointing out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I saw the logo. I didn't see that. I mean, it's nice of them. I've been there for a long time. Both of our programs have been very successful. Our girls program has, been ranked pretty high on the USBC side for a long time. So my athletic department is wonderful. My former athletic director that was there for 10 years, he loved bowling. He loved the program. He didn't know anything about bowling when he got there, but he just loved our sport, and he was very supportive. And Joanna Pryor, that's there now, she's been there for, I think this is her 4th year, and just incredibly supportive. And it's good to be a part of an athletic department that supports your program and supports your student athletes. So pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, that's huge. Well, Coach Billy Murphy, thanks so much for the time.
Yeah, you bet.
Go enjoy the evening with your ladies, and have fun watching the Chiefs.
All right, thank you very much. Go Chiefs.
Thanks, Coach.
All right. So Newman coach Billy Murphy.
Billy Murphy giving us the lowdown of what happened with his women's team today, and their successful surface management, mental management, and they're in a great position to take home a lot of awards tomorrow.
Yeah,
all tournament team, and of course they're looking for another W. Mm-hmm. That's what they're here to do. Ultimately, the individual things are fine, but it's what the team does. That's what's important.
Yeah, for sure. We will find out the final standings and individual stuff and all that in just a moment. We'll see how long it takes. I might just post that on social or do a community post here on the channel instead of tap dancing for all that time. But no, what we saw here today, I mean, just great performance out of Valparaiso, great performance out of Newman.
We got to see some fantastic bowling, and I'm not going to apologize for talking about ball reaction, but as Coach Murphy told us, that's part of the formula nowadays.
Yeah.
It's a lot different than it was when I bowled college in the early '80s for St. Cloud State. In fact, if you want to see what college bowling looked like back then, I think the 79 and the 80 national championship shows are on YouTube.
Oh, wow.
They are up there.
Okay.
It was all with 3-piece equipment.
Yep.
Yellow dots, LT48s. It was the shape of the back end was similar. The bowler did a lot more to change it, but compared to what we see now, the ball trajectory was a lot straighter.
Yeah.
And we didn't have to really worry about we broke it down a little bit, but today's equipment compared to what it was years ago, as you watched from the first match until the last, especially the second to last match, the right side on the right lane changed dramatically.
Yeah. And that's part of the reason why I want to put the graph with the pattern out there so you all know what they're bowling on, but a game or two in,
right? But it's
destroyed.
Right, and it's understanding what ball surface does and what ball dynamics can do, and that's what a coach like Nicole DePaul, who's worked for USBC and Kegel. She was with Kegel when they came up with the PBA patterns. She helped design and build the sanction lane oiling and stripping machines. So there's a wealth of information there that today's college bowlers were not around to see.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
I was going to say, tournament official just handed me the bracket for Sunday. So you'll have Newman University as the top seed. Not much of a surprise there, given their performance that we just discussed. Upper Iowa University, the 2 seed. Valparaiso, number 3. Lewis, number 4. Quincy, number 5. Augustana, number 6. Elmhurst, number 7. Carroll, number 8. Illinois Wesleyan, number 9. And then they'll start out with a bye. So basically it's like a position round in the first round. And then you kind of make your way through. So let's say, for the sake of argument, well, and this is, this is different. Match AA has no playoff implications. Winner of Match A automatically to finals. So there's a loser's bracket in this too. So Match A gets you to what turns out to be another position round, and then the winner of that is a championship. So, Newman is 2 wins away from taking this thing.
It's a different way to reward a top seed going into Sunday, rather than saying, well, it's one game.
Yep.
it's not quite the same as a PBA or PWBA Tour Television Finals where the top seed wins only 40% of the time.
Yep.
But now you're giving them a realistic shot at winning.
Yeah, it's really the top 2 seeds because same thing. Upper Iowa wins that first match. They're in the championship match, and waiting to see who comes through the bracket to.
And if you were listening to the audio, most of the sound was coming, especially the last 10 minutes, was coming from the pair to our left, which they were getting themselves set up to be that second. They wanted to be that second seed because they also wanted now. It's a best of 7. That 500 pin lead doesn't really matter much anymore. It's like this past year's LA Dodgers. They had 100,000 wins, and first round, see ya, goodbye.
Once you get to the playoffs, it's a different animal. Just like this is a different animal once we get to these bracket matches tomorrow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it should be a fun day, and I hope you're around to watch.
Yeah, me too. Thank you so much. First of all, Mark, for being here to kind of co-pilot with me.
Well, it was a great thrill. Great thrill. Stories and what I tell those tongue in cheek. So, but with there's not many of us that have bowling and media background. I mean, this guy's been on TV news before, and he's been behind the scenes, and I've just been a talking head and a guy that's been on the radio a couple times, and I've been lucky enough to be on all 4 live stream services. PBA, USBC, Flanagan's, Inside Bowling, and Michigan Bowling now that's Bowlstream.tv, Emil's service. So it's and even cable stuff back in the 90s. So
and now you're slumming it here with me.
Now I've graduated to bowling with the FEF. So another one for the resume. I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, me too.
A full day.
Because
I don't work tonight.
Oh, there you go.
Anybody who's going to get a paper copy of the Dubuque Telegraph Herald tomorrow, all the paperwork's my job's done. It's up to the carriers. And don't call and whine that you don't have your your crossword puzzle at 4 a.m. It's coming. It's coming. Just hang in there.
That happens.
No.
Oh, boy. All right. He's Mark London. I'm Andrew Pfeffer. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you again tomorrow.